Alrighty. Okay. Hello, hello, and welcome everyone. Um, I am Mix, aka Sneezer, and I'm back. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, kinda, of not streaming for I don't know a week or something. Um, I was sick. I'm still a little bit under the weather, but it's a lot better now. So I feel like I want to try streaming. I will do stream this morning and into the afternoon as long as I feel energetic enough, and then there may be also another stream after the patch. I mean, I'm around for sure. The question is how I will be around, right? Um, so there's that. Good morning to Alexander. Good morning, Vangalov. Hello, Coil. Welcome, welcome, and hello, Fleur. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Good morning to you all, guys. Um, I talk a little bit about I don't know stuff I wanted to ramble about when I start streaming again. So mainly the win streak ended on 43. As far as I counted, that is the official count from only the games on stream. I'm quite certain though there were a few more games off stream, so it might be a little bit higher. But for the purpose of the win streak ended officially at 43. At least that is what I counted. I may have miscounted by one or two as well. There is no ill intent. I I asked kindly Sixten more than once to check and verify, so I'm in the clear here and can't get like bad faith argument. But he did not get around to it. Um, he has at least my counting and each like what which how many wins I counted. So I tried my best there. But I don't know. It's exhausting. It's kind of taking a lot of focus to count wins there. Um, yeah. Also, I still enjoy like I know Stixton went to Mac. I do have like still quite high success with Dooley. I think around 30 win streak I had like 3 to 2 days ago. Like on 2 days, I think I played around 30 games off stream, and I I I just estimated by legend point count, and I pretty sure I didn't lose one of those rounds. Like I always went 10 wins. So Dooley is still like super consistent for me, and I do enjoy playing Dooley. Like I don't know, the special person in me has no issue with like with this sort of repetition. I still learned a little bit. I still changed a little bit of playstyle um over time and adapted to small things like playing a little bit more bulldozer, using Clamera instead of the Black Beetle or like Black Spider um to start off even faster. Um, I don't know, like how I play it and set it up plays like a little bit different out these days than in comparison to a week ago. Um, so yeah, I do enjoy playing Dooley. I will still play Dooley for today's to give it a last hooray, and then we will see what patch day has to offer. Um, I'm yeah, we will see, right? There is like fair guessing that it's not too hard hit on Dooley. Um, and not as as hard as it needs to be, but or like not what it needs to be as people want it to be. But we will see. I do think though that if there is adjustments towards the, let's say, dominant build, and there is no compensation for it, then Dooley is probably out, because what needs to happen is that the other cards that Dooley has gets get like a huge buff, so they are compensating for it, right? You need to have like build by variety, and you need to have builds that can win you endgame. And a drill alone is a little bit optimistic, right? Without freeze, because the drill normally starts a little bit late, and yeah. Anyway, we will see about that. There is maybe the unfortunate need to learn Mac this evening. Um, I've been watching 610 and Raj a little bit on the side. Um, I still think I will, I don't know, need a few days to adapt to Mac, so that would be interesting. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm curious. I think that is all I have to say for today. For now, on the rambling part. Um, have my first morning coffee. I missed streaming, and let's just put it on that and continue the game. So we're playing a couple Dooley games and see how far we are getting today. A random note there. I enjoyed nowadays the weaponized core more than the ignition core even. I feel like for day 1 to day 3, the weaponized core is more consistent because it's easier to find weapons in comparison to burn items. And you're never running cores anyway, way much later. So if I can choose nowadays, I started to even prefer the weaponized core harder. Uh, so this is always a hard bargain because 5 region wins you day 1 more often, and it's fortunately just a JJ. So I'm willing to take 5 region. I also feel like winning early helps you quite a bit. It's always a Kaiwa drone. He has the best skill in comparison to the other 2 options there. How do you play when you're not getting monster skills early like haste? So if you're not getting one of the early skills, you have multiple ways to recover to compensate for the lovely rigged opponents. So let's assume you don't get rigged, rust, or rush, right? Well, rush is never happening anyway. So there are a few ways, right? The easiest way would be either Clamera or Icicle, because then you have a start of combat effect, and then you try to build your skills around that, because as soon as you have that, you can get invigorating cold, you can get um, like the freeze, the whatever freeze on haste again, and then you have like a lot of punish that starts as combat as well. That it even that solely helps you because your rigged opponent is now frozen on his board, right? Like if as soon as you have 2 or 3 freezes start of combat happening, even if your opponent has rigged, you're locking him out of his rigged. So that is one way. Clamera is another way that is kind of helpful. And then the last thing is you play Bulldozer. Like I utilize Bulldozer quite a bit more. Diamond Bulldozer is making your CDRs also in the 2.5-ish region. And then you can compensate for that as well, because then, basically if you have only half the time you need, then, well, you're better off. I think that those are the ways that you can go for. It's not sparking joy, surely it's not rigged, but it's getting there. Oof, that's a rough start for the day. Though I don't regret spending the first node over JJ and went for the 5 region. I don't have a friend, so I can't take the XP here. That may have been, not perfect, but I think the shop I got was a medium shop, and medium friends are expensive, kind of. I think I'm gonna go and stick with Curio here. Um, much gold do I want to spend? 3 gold here? Maybe 4 or 5 gold. I can spend gold. Think this, and then for the good measurement, we even do this. Never reroll though. Also, where I put my CDR, by the way, on the talk on CDR, is I solely put it on the Blue Beetle to get like a faster looping happening. Whether that is a looping from the factory and the green bug, whether that is a looping from the fiber optics, doesn't really particularly matter. The thing that matters the most there is just that you have like more looping happening, and that guarantees you quite a few wins. So my CDR is nowadays kind of exclusively going on the Blue Beetle, and my experience with it is pretty good. The timings were not in my favor there, but it is what it is. We didn't have a good start, and sometimes you pay the price. Ooh, let's go. Let's go. If I had burn, surely emulating spark would be something, but I don't have spurn, so let's settle for strength then. Let's still go shopping. I also am, I should beat the rogue scrapper, but it will be like a close fight from this position here. So I have 5 gold. So rolling here would mean I couldn't buy a rocket launcher, but a small item. The schematics would be amazing, but I don't have the money for it. I'm like 3 gold short. Hmm. I still roll then. So we're healing ourselves to full, so we just need to get like a little bit, you know, him below us, and that should be possible. Should be possible fight. Yesterday I got a knee brace on day 1, upgraded to silver, had 1k HP on day 4. This strategy helped me to keep knee brace on the board until day 7. Yeah, I've seen the knee brace strategy being solid, but personally, I don't like it. Like, I mean, sometimes fair enough, but in general, honestly, I don't like it too much. And the reason is I make always myself weaker for the next kind of fight with like having the knee brace on the board in the first place. And you can like sometimes high roll that, surely, and you're still winning, and then you feel like a genius. But then on the other hand, you're sometimes not winning, and it can be because of the lovely knee brace. And then I don't know, I like winning my days, my early days. I'm not going to calf. Day 2 calf is probably the worst of all vendors, kinda. So I take a skill here. So something like this for now. Then 6 gold is a big number. I could like get a bronze item and replace my stinger here. I mean that stings. But 6 gold is a big number. Yeah, 6 gold is a big enough number to make me interested. Do I want to greet on my lovely feather? I do think so. Let's hope we're getting away. I mean, we have like an Aiden and then 5 region on day 2 that can carry. And now we do at least some damage here. Fortunately, that is only 1 region on the Philosopher's Stone. I mean, he has a lot of region, but I don't think the region is enough here. Sir, that's not enough region. Perfect. Do you play water cooler on PvE encounters? No. And that ship is has sailed. That was a December strategy. When you had like a break body companion core situation. Um, don't want to hold on to my core for a while. I do want to get it away. Feel like in the late days of the last, like, I don't know, a week ago when I streamed the last time, I feel like I was a little bit too aggressive on getting the core away. Just slightly. Like the core in general, not the core as the core, but the cores. Like every single core. I think I was too aggressive, and I think that was not a consistent line there. We went here for a drill upgrade and a rocket launch here. Ew. Still, my rule of thumb is if I have like a lot of beetles, I use B1, B2. If I still need a lot of beetles and or we are very early, I go to Andy. I here need a lot of beetles. So, and then even the like let's say quite a few of importance. So I don't think I can justify going to B1, B2. I need to find my blue beetle, for example. I do like a coolant. I do like a coolant. What do you usually run with Robot Factory? Bulldozer with 4 bucks or drill with 5 bucks? That is like very depending on my items, on my skills, on what I need. It's also a little bit depending on what day we're on and what opponent I do consider to be facing. For example, against another fellow Dooley enjoyer, it's most likely Bulldozer. Um, I think in general there is more incentive for the Bulldozer, but it's like it depends like how fast you're starting. What are your CDR you had already? What are your skills? Do you have like start of combat stuff happening? Do you have fiber optics potentially? Like it's it's like super situational, but I do prefer having both available. So I will hold on to both worlds and then always decide matchup by matchup and situation by situation. Middle is not an Isla. Isla is pretty good on the odds on the drill and the rocket launcher. Middle is the desperate play. And for that reason, since I have my drill, I'm not going for the desperate play. I rather take the health here in region. So upgrading over skills. So the upgrade option is more like a late game decision, right? It's like gives you consistency for the late game, so you have like a guaranteed buck upgrade. Whereas the skill is a tempo play, and it gives you immediately more strength. Like a skill would give me here on average more strength than an upgrade on the buck, right? Because also the buck has no other bugs that charge it. Like if I for whatever reason like one of these two, right, more like this than this, I decide to upgrade this, right? This has no charging. There is no green buck on my board, so the strength gain is nothing basically, and it's more like a future plan. I don't know. I don't feel strong enough here, so I want to go for imminent strength. I want to settle for 5 damage on my weapons. I mean, it's in total like 10 damage. Ignore the stinger. I can get better, right? Yeah, I can get better. I mean, it's the first chocolate, right? I really need weapons, items though. Oof, hard decision. I have 10 region to compensate, and I don't know, like getting a lot of damage is also helpful. So let's try to get some items here. Ooh, oh, those are items. For all I care, these are items. These are items, sir. Oh, I'm willing to use my feather. No, I have like all the core bugs basically around, more or less, except of the green one. Obsidian seaweed is always a little bit scary, not gonna lie. It's like scary because like it's not a lot, even not only a lot of heal, but also a lot of damage in my direction, right? Need to go over the line now. Yeah. I do think, by the way, if I went there for the chocolate, like, I mean, obviously it's again a hindsight argument. I know about my hindsight arguments. Need to be careful there. But if I went there for chocolate, I might have lost it because I would have been significantly weaker. And then he would have just outscaled us, and the extra 100 health or 150 health would not have changed the outcome because he had scaling and I did not really have scaling. I think the ship for the rocket launcher sailed. Like it's probably fairly good enough for like one more day, and then it's not worth to go there. Upping the drill is something, I value, but not as highly. So small friends is where I want to go. Lovely. I mean, Keener is okay for shop, but Aerodrome has higher potential. The issue with Aerodrome is you need to be very careful not to spend your money. So only roll once or twice and then cut it, no matter what. Curio. I think Curio is fine, right? Curio is a money grave, but I could utilize the haste pretty good. I can utilize the slow for the future pretty good. So I do like Curio here. So 1 and 2, which means if I buy this, I only need to buy one or two more, and then we're making extra money. But I will roll and most likely buy medium items. I'm not buying the small stuff. It's like I don't have the money to justify 10 health here and there. I came here for specific extra slow. I will take the icicle for the future. That's insta pick. I will take my CDR and maybe the 5 damage, but that's all I'm willing to take here. Poison on Robotics Factory trigger Blue Beetle. Yes, yes, it does. So I feel like, by the way, Hydro Dude is like a new lich. I still like really hardly struggle fighting that guy. Um, unless you have like the craziest burn setup that ticks him down really fast, you are most likely losing. Um, I don't know, like I have such a hard time fighting that guy. I stopped kind of picking him. I got a good handle on the Scout Trooper these days. I feel like I can I know which builds are beating him, but as far as the Hydro Dude goes, I don't know. Either like kind of different story. B1, B2 would be amazing, right? I have one, two, three good targets, and even this is a solid target. But like Tox Clock is also pretty premium of a shop. Would probably give me at least one of the items I have on board. Downside is it costs money, and I have only like 6, 10, 11 gold here. Let's take the solid line of upping my Black Spider here. Feel like that is the consistent cheap line here. I don't like these skills. Like Hotspot is like the best skill, and then there is the Tiny Dancer. The Coolant Leak is a little bit of a late game skill, so is Slow and Steady sorta. Like the Slow and Steady here. Yeah, just a little bit of damage is fine. I have not a lot of gold here, so let's say we're willing to sell our scrap, and then we buy the chocolate for 5 gold here. Like the last time I went to Korea, I had 12 gold. Now I had only like 6 gold, and I think that's not enough to justify a shopping tree at Korea. No, we are like, I would say, decent strong, like fair strong here. Nothing crazy strong, nothing going our way, but we're not like the weakest. Who would have guessed a mirror? But that's a lot of burn here. 2 burn, but that is like, where's all the rest of the burn come from? I mean, I have a coolant, but I don't think the coolant would have changed the outcome here. That is 4 more burn. So, and this is silver is 3, so that's 2 more burn. Lately, I mean, this is not the board where I'm like overly like weird about, but there were like lately a few day 1 and day 2 and day 3 fights where I had like, especially day 1 and day 2 fights, where my opponents were Vanessas and their pop snappers had like really unreasonable amount of burns, and I never figured out why that happened. Like, yeah, it's a time to say goodbye to the core. I feel like here it is exactly the spot to say goodbye. We do have a multi-tool at this one anyway. And then, yeah. Alrighty, let's go. Like friends here are fitting the theme. A little bit low on the money. Let's go one or twice. You can always find something useful. Oh, yep, Tinker is useful. I do think taking the bulldozer here is fine, right? We can upgrade it level 7-ish as well if we want to. And I do want to roll. Don't have money for skills. I do think he's like a overhyped, expensive JJ. So I take my gold here, up the bank account, get a little bit of strength in. Still think for now this is it, right? Its positioning is fine. Don't see any flaws there. Don't think Silver Bulldozer sparks joy, especially on day 5 here. I know it's like a little bit of scaling, but man, I don't know. It's a very clunky slow item. I think at Silver he is like often not worth being on the board. I have lost way too many fights with him on the board, at Silver at least. So that is a lot of health, kinda. But small item is exactly, my sweet spot of items, upping the build, the bugs and finding a metro is kind of key here. And even like fiber optics sometimes show up at this die. Have money and mysterious portals sometimes are pretty good. So we will get another upgrade on the level, right? Um, and we probably put it on the bulldozer, which makes our life interesting because bulldozer and drill is often something where you already start to have issues, right? Like space becomes like rather constrained here. So if you like go like this, you're starting like super slow still. You're popping off a little bit late. It's all like weird. Even like this are at 4.8 or something. Like I think the numbers is 4.8 here. And 4.8, while being reasonable, it's also, not really fast. And the self-charging, not that crazy. But it's like the bulldozer that gets the upgrade anyway. Um, just because it's a consistency thing. And now we're just upping the beetle, I think. That's still like rather well helpful here. We're never beating Lich. I don't beat Lich. I have a few builds that are beating Lich, but that's not it. What's actually like kind of good is if you like for some reason have like a DJ robot, and then you upgrade your DJ robot. So you have two nanobots and a golden DJ robot with a decent build. that is actually kinda beating Lich, I learned. And yeah, it was always this one. But I wanted to make sure I'm not missing anything here. I mean, that is a neural toxin. I think that is changing quite a bit of the situation, right? Do I still want to go for that reason for upping the bulldozer? Because now, I have a neural toxin here that is like also scaling. I want to have these around here, this around here. So these items are all kind of fixed. And then these are my two flex spots for now. It becomes weird if you have like fiber optics and hotspot though, right? I mean, it's not really weird. Just putting the neural toxin on the left and then all good. I don't like upping the bulldozer anymore. Right? So it's either the coolant or it's a skill, I think. Ah, it is a skill here. Oof, it was such a skill here. I don't need weapons here. Gumballs are super expensive. We're just upping the bank account for now. Large item. Let's think about this for a second. Like, factory is still like too good to pass on, but I have like 15 gold and then a little bit here and there, so don't think I can make the factory work. Nor do I think it's likely to see the factory here. And then rerolling is expensive, and upping the bulldozer is questionable. I think sometimes getting some XP here is the more reasonable play. So we are denying ourselves one activation, but we are slowing our opponent down, and we're starting with the Aiden now. So I feel like the Icicle is worthwhile here, and also we're getting like 10 more damage on our drill. Oof, that's a rough opponent, I would say. That's a fiber optics and a blue beetle. Luckily for us, we also found some strong items. He is starting too late, right? He's like just a little bit late on the party here. While these are sparking joy, I think having extra haste here that is not like super slow, and the chem snail is just like, you're too late to the party, sir. It is important to get some money in to afford the robotics factory in the future. Let's go for the lost and found. Bunny or hi to Barkun? Say hi to Barkun. Why not? I don't think we're ever running a Yellow Mantis again, right? Nah. We ever want to run a multi-tool over an Icicle up? Probably not. Alright, you want to roll here once for 4 gold? I think so. I think that's a fair bargain. And yeah, Shatter carried us there a lot. Also, I mean, we had a Diamond Beetle, and we had a strong board, not gonna lie. Oh, let's go. I always hate this decision because there are like two good ways to go, right? We can go for the burn one, right? Malafang. And if you find like one of the good skills, then you look like a genius. But if you go there, the odds are unfortunately at least in a, I would say, reasonable spectrum. Like experience wise, it's around 50-50. That you're not seeing any of your burn skills you want. Like your 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 friends getting burn, your grease fire, and your hotspot, or the I don't know what it was, hack something, a warm hack or something. So these are the three skills that you want to see there. But if you don't see any of those, and hotspot is by far, since it starts silver, the most likely one, you're screwing yourself because like 3 extra burn on my beetle, on my firefly is nothing. Like that's for all I care, nothing. And then you have the alternative Orlin. Orlin can have also your skills that you're looking for, right? He can also have like the burn skills. But he has also like a lot of good skills and then also a lot of bad skills. But at least the rarity of these skills are golden. That's a huge difference. Like both are kinda inconsistency in giving you a good skill. But at least you get like the gold version here and you're not getting the gold versions here. And warm hugs, for example, is super rare here. I want to go with all in, but I know it's a questionable play. Ooh, beautiful friendship. I love a beautiful friendship. I don't know about you guys, but I'm totally loving it. It's always the dig side. I take 2 outcomes, right? How do I feel about that one? Not good enough, right? No, we're not feeling good enough about that. Either we are taking like a lot of gold, we try to get a lot of gold in, or we are taking something useful. I don't want to buy like, I tried this. I tried this more than once or twice. I don't want to buy items and try to transform them into something useful. Like this is a small icy enchanted item, and then you could like say, well, just like one transformation away from being an icy bug, right? But man, I'm not trying that. You know, if I find like an icy enchanted item, I may reroll it once if it's like convenient. Um, and then it's fine, but that's about it. Random build of the day there. Speaking of icy hammocks getting transformed, let me check the screenshot folder here. Oh yeah. So I got a icy hammock. I went and got this icy whatever Dualtron thingy here, which is still not inclining to run a Dualtron. Like I'm not running a Dualtron, but it says whenever you use a friend, freeze a small item for a second. And that is particularly powerful, especially if you're facing a lot of Doolies, right? So I ran this. And then the issue was still like, how do you kill your opponents? And well, there was a nitrogen hammer finding its way. I think it's even at this point already obsidian. It got my obsidian, and I put an obsidian enchant on it. I got like a guaranteed obsidian enchant. I was like, that's good enough. And then I had like this icy mainframe and obsidian enchanted hammer, and yeah, that was an easy 10-win run. It was a fun one and unique. It's rarely occurring that you, I would say, have this sort of setup, right? So, speaking of this one, So this is like a small, upgrade sorta. It's like slowing my opponent a little bit more. Do I feel this is like, no? Am I happy to see this? Am I happy enough to see this? Over, let's say, a bunch of gold or something, better. Yeah, it's a consistent pick. 1 second of slow is a second of slow. Don't mind me, Rana. Don't mind me. Yeah, whenever like we at that point we didn't have a core nor a dualtron, nor we planned to have a dualtron or could get our core back. So we actually run the mainframe just for the icy enchant and nothing else. And it was also never the plan to change that in the first place. Nerf Mac, what this propaganda? This is coming from a deep Dooley heart, right? That obviously Mac is too strong and Dooley needs a nerf. Because 30 wins in a row is not good enough, or 40 wins in a row. We need to have more. Um, but honestly, and I agree with Sixten there, like on a very honest level here, I do think that Dooley is not too strong. Like I know people are disagreeing, but I agree here with Sixten and some other people that Dooley is not too strong. And also, if you play it correctly, Mac is definitely in most runs on average stronger than Dooley. Like, luckily for me, those people are rare, and I don't have to face Mac like Rarish or Sixten all day on Mac. But if I had to face Rarish and Sixten on Mac all day, I couldn't play Dooley. I straight up couldn't play Dooley. I would have to stop playing Dooley because I would be tilted and I would be losing all day long. Well, so much for that. Also nerf Mac and obviously never nerf Dooley. I'm not running Dualtrons anymore. I think Dualtrons are just too slow. Oof, I have a dream. Do you dream with me, guys? Also, we need to improve our skills. And what I mean by that is like invigorating cold and freeze on slow skill and freeze on haste are the skills we're looking for, right? Like these three skills are the skills we're looking for the most because then we are starting faster. 14 gold is a big enough number to justify here. Gives us a lot of lenience for the future. Let's go for like small items is good enough. Fair enough, fair enough. I don't need to spend my money if there are small items available. Fiber optics is still like, an item. Or like money for monster skills. Hell yeah. I have already a rust, and that's not an improvement. These are not good enough, and I have all the money in the world. Ooh. I mean, when you crit is like, not happening, but when you slow, well, don't I slow a lot? I do think I slow a lot. Also, I start off combat slow. Yo, hello, Tobias, welcome, welcome. I find only the freeze bug. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're like, look, if you're nerfing the freeze bug, you might as well, kill Dooley. Like, Dooley is the freeze bug. Yeah, also it's 2 start of combat triggers. So now we are 3, right? 1, 2, 3. So we only need to find 2 more, kinda. So that should be possible. Ooh, nice. This also probably incentivizes me to change the setup already. Right? Something in the lines of this. Then we can decide, who's in and who's out. Depending on how fast we want to start and if it's changing starting times, right? Seems reasonable. Let's roll though for upgrades. I take those small increments, but small increments. Spent our gold kind of away here, but I still like some gold left. Let's go to Cav. Oof. This obviously incentivizes me quite a bit to run this one. Still like look a little bit here. Yeah, I agree. On the part that if the freeze bug gets nerfed, I mean, you're not beating in the late game anything without the freeze bug. Um, yeah, I want also to make them other stuff playable, but I think that needs time to rework like the core set of Dooley, and I don't think that is happening anytime soon. So I think it's an enchant thing, and the question is, if it's a fiber optics or if it's a drill. So the upside is on the drill that heal and shield are a lot better. The upside on the fiber optics if it's poison, for example, you charge your freeze bugs more. I do think I like the heal and shield here more. Slow. I mean, we are like we are slowing a lot. Let's say it that way, huh? Let's get a haste item here. Ooh, another metro. Life becomes interesting again. I mean, probably not, but maybe. Skills is something where I want to go over friends, right? I have the diamond buck here. What I really care about is a free skill on haste or slow. I think I just take the extra scaling here. Like rerolling is expensive. I didn't have the resources. So Mac, we have 1 and 2 starts, and then the third is after 4 seconds and we go. So if I take the icicle here, I'm not changing too much. What I do change, fair enough, is like we're disrupting our opponent a little bit, right? And disrupting opponents is important, but this is like giving me a little bit of sustainability, and it's charging significantly the wasp, and it feels this is making me more happy. I don't think we need to discuss at the moment the second metro over the Aiden. I don't think the coolant is better. Um, yeah. Icicle is buying me time against a rigged opponent. What does actually the slow? I mean, I like with my slow spider. Let's go. um, what's the leftmost item? Sure. It's neural toxin. Sure. I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, I think I made the point enough about the beetles. I mean, I could make a more elaborate analysis why I feel the way I feel, but in the end, it yeah. Anyway, I think it's for sure the freeze one, and we're taking one of the 2 skills I had in mind. So since both are happen simultaneously, um, technically this is better because this is 3 and this is only 2 seconds. Though, one other thing to consider. It is easier to find the right skill than the middle skill, because if I get the haste skill vendor, I can have like rather good access to this, where, I mean, this is a slow skill vendor, right? And they're equally likely. So let's take the 1 second more freeze. And then we have 1, 2, 3, and then if I put in this, we have 4 now. So sure as hell, we're gonna go with this on the board as well, because now 2 seconds in the drill is gonna pump as much as it gets. Let's go for Kina. Upping the Aiden is super expensive, and since we're not running the Aiden, I don't feel like investing 8 gold there, especially since my bank account only has like 14 gold in it. I mean, changing stuff so the matter is not stale is a different argument though, and I'm all for it. But that's like a little bit different, right? Um, and also you can change stuff not by nerfing but by buffing. That is also very important that people don't understand. Like, if I do agree we should every 2 weeks, you know, spice up the meta. And spice up the meta means changing items. Because then, new stuff happening, it's new, it's fresh, you can think about stuff and nothing is too stale. Perfect. But, there are two ways to go there. And you can obviously, nerf a little bit the absolute power outliers. I will tell you which is the most broken stuff in this game at the moment, and I'm guaranteeing you, if you look at stats, we don't have them, but I guarantee you, if you look at stats, the most deciding skill or item about winning or losing for every single day, but especially in the late days, like after day 10, there's a coin flip about a skill, and whether you have that skill or not is deciding of most outcomes. Most outcomes. It's rigged. Yeah, it's rigged. And the little brother is a rust, but it's rigged. Rigged is deciding who's winning on so many levels, because if your Mac or especially your Mac or Dooley opponent has rigged and you do not have, or you both have rigged and targeting the right stuff, that thing is deciding. Like, there is no way that your margin of winning is probably increased by 30 to 40%. Like, literally, when you have rigged. Like, it has to be bonkers in the stats. It is plain obviously. If there is one thing that needs to be nerfed because it feels so unfair and you have no agency about it, it's rigged. Here's the thing. Like, I can min max about CDR and starting timers, and I can use, like, I don't know, Mac has Hourglass and Dooley has thrusters that are striving again. And you have a bulldozer and you have like access to a bunch of feathers and wings and all these things, right? You can min max around. You feel like you do stuff, right? But as soon as one of your opponents has rigged and you do not have, all the effort, all the planning, all the min maxing around is for nothing. It's whatever. Why did I even try? And it's like it doesn't involve anything. It's just like, do I get rigged or not? If I get rigged, hell, I win. I'm telling you, it's a skill that is making me the most angry by far, and it's plain simply that's unhealthy. That's plain simply wrong. Rainer would say that's not good game design, and I hope they at some point finally address that skill. Like, it's the last skill, like, I would say not the last skill, but it's kind of the last skill that actually needs a little bit of a adjustment. For all I care, keep the spirit and make it one item 1 second or whatever, right? Make it so it's like in line. Make it, I don't know, something else. Like, for all I care, keep the spirit but reduce its power by 70%. So please, for the love of God, make that skill go away. Nerf it. Do something. Like, that is the one skill that is not healthy for the game. Like, freeze buck is like, I know people will not believe me, but freeze buck is the most healthy item in the game in comparison to rigged. Like I will not complain about that. We go like this, right? I decided a long time ago. This is the board. Yes, decision hasn't been changed. How do you really feel? Like, health wise? I mean, I do feel my sinuses still, but it's a lot better. Got it there. How do you feel about overhaste heal and rust as skill early? So, two things, right? Two things. So I do feel they are like a little bit too powerful, especially how early you find them, okay? My complaint would be it's kind of easy to find them and they're early to find, and they are rather powerful. I feel like Rust is a bit of a bigger culprit here because especially on Mac, he's enabling too much. Like the problem with Rust is you have Mac, and then you have like a lot of starting stuff happening on Mac, especially kind of easily. So for that reason, I think Rust is in the same category as Rigged. It's like not as dominant as Rigged. It's not as annoying as Rigged. Um, Probably the win rate for Rigged are higher than for Rust, but it's a little brother. It's the same issue. I think it's not healthy for the game. Um, so I would love if Rust is also adjusted. It's not feeling as oppressive, and I would say the stats should support it if we could look at stats, but it's the same situation. Um, it's though, for example, Vanessa is not profiting from it as much, so you're not screaming if you see a rigged Rust Vanessa, but you're screaming if you see a rigged Vanessa. So you know that there is probably the difference there. But having like a femur, and Rust is like kind of the same as having rigged. So um, if not even better. I think you could argue it's even better. The overheal one is super powerful. Uh, Surely it's probably a little bit too powerful for a day one skill, but in comparison, like I'm not like I'm not straight up losing to it, right? I still have options to just go faster. I have a bunch of opponents that have that skill, and they even run an Aiden, right? But their Aiden is at 4 seconds on day 10, and I can guarantee you they had options to reduce the CDR on their Aiden. They had like bunch of options. They saw thrusters, they saw feathers, they saw wings. No way you have no CDR seen on day 10. That's like kind of impossible challenge, right? So while it is oppressive, there is still like this skill difference that you still need to make that skill work. It's not a standalone working skill. It's super powerful skill, but you need to set it up. And then there is like players that do it better and worse, and then I can win against its overheal skill. So I don't think that skill is it's super powerful, but I'm not screaming nerf that skill because I don't care in comparison to that skill. It's not targeting itself, the fiber optics. Yeah, Chimera is probably also a problem. Everything that says start of combat needs to be very strongly looked at. How about that one? Do you think bugs build is a problem? No, neither. I do not think neither is a problem. I know I'm like on the minority here, but I do not think neither is really problematic. It's not. I can tell you it's not. Um, and I kind of know that it's not. So yeah, it's totally fine actually. Hello, Viserion. Welcome, welcome. Yep. There's a bunch of reasons why this is fine, by the way, but let's go continue the gameplay a little bit. But if you have like very specific questions, I may still answer them. Totally fine that you can force them every game. Yeah, I mean, sure. Why shouldn't it be totally fine? Like, uh, you pointed out the kind of an obvious one, but let's up the fiber optics here. Hello, Black Coffee Fee. Welcome, welcome. Happy to have you here. Feeling decently better, yes. Still a little bit under the weather, but a lot better. Like my sinuses are still like I don't know. I can feel them, right? They're still feeling ugh, but I'm not feeling mushy anymore. And I have been playing for the last like oh I wanna share something here in a bit. Let me just go through the motions here for a second. I'm just taking the XP here for the future. I still have 2 days to win. So I have not stopped playing for the last week when I stopped streaming. Though I was like for a few days I was really done, right? I had a little bit of fever, felt like really mushy and like I don't know, if you have like sort of a more like a flu than a cold for a few days, you have an understanding about the feeling, right? And I have still tried playing my bugs on Dooley. I have been playing forever, and I had a really hard time playing that game because like I was like not fit at all, and I was losing a lot. So the takeaway there was for me, this game is actually a lot harder than I thought. Like I still had like probably average win rates, but I had quite a few 5-win runs, like 2 or so. Um, and I realized this game is kind of hard. So for that reason, yeah, and that even considering that I played the same build on the same patch, I had like hundreds of games already, or like hundreds of hundred games or whatever. So that was a kind of like eye opening thing for me to see how hard this game actually still kind of can be. Mm, Free skills is probably where I want to go, right? If I have the start of combat, like if I get the slow skill, I have my Exodia ready, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I have the fifth. And then I go, I slow once, I slow twice, I haste one. So I have like 1, 2, 3, 4 triggers here. But I also charge for 2 seconds a blue beetle, and I will sit there though for. So the first hit goes off, right? Oh no, I get another charge. Another. Oh no, I get like a million haste. Okay, so we're gonna go off as soon as I have this one, right? This one is missing. Nice. What time is the patch? So the servers go down. That's you have to go on the Discord, and then you get it in your time zone as well. So in 7 hours, the servers go down for like they say 3 hours, but lately, whenever they said 3 hours, it meant most of the time like 2 hours. Like they were always like more on the cautious side on their estimations. So maybe it's 2 hours. Pendulum is kind of interesting. Maybe let's hold on to that as well. I don't like a wand. I know people are liking this vendor. I think it's like a waste of a note. I have never seen an item that I want there. I'm gonna go here for the mech ones. Mech has like 2, 3 good items I want. I don't think any of these are what I wanted. Turbo Nightshade, huh? Alrighty. Let's think about the pendulum here. So we're not running these items, I think, at the moment. We could pendulum basically here. Would this improve us? So I think it's not really improving us because it's not like charging that much. It's just like a pendulum. It's like 1 second of charge on both sides. So this is doing it's like kind of the same-ish. But we're also having more targets to freeze and slow, which makes us stronger on that part. Less acceptable to freeze and slow. So the answer is this is our build. And thing of beauty. Okay. This is fine. Yes, this is fine. Yeah, Boomerang is kind of okay-ish, but then also it has to be like kind of gold to have actually really impact and stash management and in and out, and then I feel like playing Pygmalion, and yeah, buy medium items, buy items, gain gold. Yeah, seems good. I mean, there are hints that I want to change factory, right? By the way, and this also will impact Dooley already because it takes away like one sort of win condition. If you don't have the factory available anymore. I mean, we will see how they adapt on the factory. Sixten tried Mac in these 2 days. He found a lot of Dooley weak. Yeah, yeah. I know, I know. Um, that's what I was saying all day long already. Like Mac is probably stronger. If I face like all day Rarishes and Sixtens, I would probably not be able to play Dooley. Oh, I should have bought a friend here. That's a small oversight, just from playing too hasty and focusing on reading chat on the side. Anyway, I think we talked intensively about the balancing. I gave you my two cents there. Um, and then I think it's also fair enough to probably, you know, at least from my side, skip the topic. Like you can go on and chat for a while. I wouldn't mind, uh, but I will not try not to engage with the stuff that is coming up again at least. Um, I do like this. Um, I do like this over like so let's talk a little bit about this. There's like a little bit to unpack, okay? So, first thing first. It is in most cases better to run these two than running a core here and the most of the time rocket launcher, right? Whether this is an ignition core or weaponized core does not matter. It's straight up in most situations worse to run a weaponized or ignition core here if you have this. Why? Because most matches will be races to 200 or 250 HP. If that is the case, this is getting faster there, and your opponent will lose the fight if he's like playing the opposite with the core, right? Only if there is like a into fatigue scaling situation happening, you may you may win more often with the or you will win more often with the core. I don't think most matches will look like that. So for that reason, don't run the core on day one if you have better options, and this is de facto a better option to race faster. Nevertheless, I do like the consistency of this. I think like an Aiden on day one, including like the Wasp, is kind of a strong damage output. It's a lot of scaling, it's a lot of sustainability, and the one in the I don't know 20 chances that my opponent is running like a shield setup, he's gonna regret his decisions. Fair enough. That is Obsidian enchanted item enjoyer that is us and just better. So I would wager we're losing this, but fair enough, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, it's a little bit about timings here, isn't it? Yeah, we lost this. Close. Fair enough, fair enough. We should have won this by like not won this, like we're never winning this. It's like on average we should win on day one here with this setup, but sure enough. What an enjoyer, isn't that one? I have to go with a burn then. Let's go with keener still. Crypto is fine. I don't like soldering guns these days. Ooh, let's up this one. No matter what I do, I will win against the rogue scrapper here. So, Pone Magic. Hi guys, I have enough to buy my first hero. Should I get mag for farming ranked in chest? So I would advise you to wait a full more day and then make this decision. The reason is mainly that there will be most likely um, not only server downtime this evening, but there will also be balance changes. Like we expect them very clearly to be there. There is no announcement of that, but that is what happens, right? There's like a hidden rule kind of. And if that is the case, we don't know yet how the new heroes look, right? Give us half a day or a day to see the patch notes, to feel the gameplay, and then I can give you better advice on which hero you should take. It also is depending on, do you have the Dooley expansion available? Are you level 15 already on the expansion track, on the whatever, prize pass tech, whatever? And if so, that is persuading you towards Dooley. Mac is at the moment probably the strongest hero, but it is also one of the harder to navigating heroes. So, there is a thing to consider there. Also, I'm a Dooley enjoyer, so whenever you ask me which hero to buy, unless Dooley is unplayable, my answer will be Dooley, because I do enjoy Dooley the most. Alrighty. Freebie weapons. Like, weapons is, like, I'm not, like, really buying rocket launcher upgrades. Drill upgrades I do buy, but eh. Freebie is 1 gold, and this is 4 gold. I do like upping my bank account, 4 gold is a big number. While I do like skills, I think like on day 2, like it's a lot better to go for the items. Well, normally you would have loved to see force fields. Even though I'm not looking for rocket launchers, I'm tempo kinging my rocket launcher here. Bronze Friend seems amazing. And then 2 items on the board. I think we're tempo kinging, right? We're straight up tempo kinging with a buck here. Let's see. Did the guy win? Won? Yeah, he won. Okay, you're getting tempo kinged. You're getting as tempo kinged as it gets. I think this is the most tempo king I have available. Tempo king. I was even a gold skill enjoyer. Holy smokes. And he had rust. Wait, so he took a random skill and got rust, right? No, he got it from the fight. No, it was day 2. Okay, my bad. Anyway, I took a lot of bank account gold early, so I can buy the good chocolate here. I do think this is the position where I know I will never run this weaponized core. I have too good of a setup, and then I can just like transform this away. I mean, holding on to a second drill is amazing. All you need is a lot of start of combat stuff happening, and then you run 2 drills. Like, I feel like 2 drills are bait if you do not have a lot of start of combat thing. But if you have all your start of combat stuff happening, so basically your drill is starting start of combat, and you have a little bit of, self-charging happening on your 2 drills, man, 2 drills is still like pretty nuts. But it's not a guaranteed setup at all. So I have like 150 health more here for this lovely guy. My damage output is reasonable, but how high is it really? It's all the burn damage basically, so 18 burn. Let's make it for good measure 20 on the first hit. That's like a little below 40 DPS there, just from the burn. I mean, I have a 40 heal Aiden. I have 55 health. This is one of the boards that beats it. Like, I think like the Aiden should put me over the top here. Like, I don't know. I'm like so scared of this guy. I mean, he's beatable, so I consider him. He's not like Hydro Dude, but I mean, him and Hydro Dude are, you know, the scary lich. Alrighty, let's go for friends here for sure. Okay, I mean, you know, it's an upgrade, but a little bit low on the bucks. I'm not upping my drill. Let's go for a skill. I mean, crit skills do pop off later, but I'm for the imminent strength here. Oh, that is imminent strength. Do we up our Aiden here? Surely we up our Aiden here. We could also up a drill. I mean, it's never calf, and if I have like B1, B2, I shouldn't go with a sharpening stone. So, is it 1 second of haste, or is it a drill for hitting him harder? I don't think it's bolus. That will be out too soon. 25 damage. It's a big number, but honestly, haste is probably more consistent line here. I mean, it's very close, right? I don't think there is wrong and right. Probably the argument for the drill is it's more likely to see an Aiden than a drill. So, you know, give and taken. But I don't know. It's hard to say. Okay, rocket launcher has to go off now, and then we have to double drill. Okay, all good. Close fight though. Kind of strong opponent. If we hadn't had like the golden chocolate here, the fight would have been like coming down to a very, very close situation. So 15 gold is, you know, I can like spend my money at Curio, and I look like a genius if I get my rocket boots, but if I don't get my rocket boots, like, I shouldn't do this. I'm not strong enough here. Like, if I was stronger and wouldn't need as many items, I would say, well, let's go for the Curio, you know, but I do need all the items, which means I need to spend a lot of money rolling, for example, Tinker down. Right? It's never skills, it's always Tinker. We need to find our bugs. I do like a charcoal. It's a solid friend for the mid game. Yeah, this is you know, going a hard way. I don't have much going for me. What is it that I mean by that? I don't have bugs, right? I mean, obviously that is probably also a little bit unlucky because normally you should have a little bit more of those by now. Not all, but more, okay? And then the next thing that is not going my way is I don't have any start of combat skills, right? I never found Rust or Rig. Surely, you know, I never saw even either, right? But surely that is also an issue. Why is that an issue? I mean, you know, my drills will not go off early and then I'm struggling as well. So for that reasons, I think we are in a little bit of pickle here. I mean, that is a, you know, solid pick, but for silver skills, hotspot in comparison is so much better. And I have to settle for a little bit of crit here, but let's go with the health. I don't want to go for medium items. I don't want to transform anything here. And then, I mean, I don't know. Overhyped Quixel. I mean, I get extra money from her, sure. And I was complaining that I need to find the bugs. and it's still true, right? And B1, B2 is not helping on that. If I just upgrade a drill, you know, then this is like a very smart economy decision, but it's not a decision that will win you will win you fights. Do you grab golden chocolate on day 3 like Sixten, or do you think the gold isn't worth wasting? I mean, it's per usual, depends. But the answer is I'm also in favor of doing it. But you need to have the money for it a little bit. So you can only do this if you have the money, obviously. And if you don't have the money, well, you don't have the money, kinda, right? So yeah. I'm not a water cooler enjoyer, no, no. I was a water cooler enjoyer in December, but that December is a long time ago. Here again, you know, I do like upgrading my drills, right? But it is not as important as finding my bugs. It is like metronome and blue beetle and firefly and like basically black spider. All of them are way more important. So I have to go for the shops here. Yeah, there's one thing, right? Like I can't complain too much on the metro, and I have 2 drills, so give and taken, something something. But I do have to go shopping again, even though that is a very overpriced Sylvia. I do like Coolins. I still think it's a good item. Let's take it. Um, Rolling Sylvia here is probably overambitious. Like I I I don't have infinite amount of gold here at the moment. I have 7 gold. That's not a big number. Yeah, we go like this. Back to the comment of Mr. Mogwin about the golden chocolate on day 3. I think it's not as important as on Mac. I think the situation on Mac is it's more important. So for that reason, the priority is probably 20% less, but it's still like priority. That's a lot of gold. That helps at least on the gold front. Silver friend, sure, sure. It's not the silver friend I had in mind, sir. Small items. Let's try this again. 16 gold is above my spot where I wanted to sell them. The game is not giving me a lot of good stuff here. I don't care about weapons, right? I mean, at some point, we probably should up the drills now because they're actually my damage source, but that's not a game-winning plan, right? It's like saying, well, this drill is upped and I spend like a lot of gold or effort on it. It's not winning you games in the mid or late game. Like they will fall short in just a bit. Maybe even this game already. I mean, I had a coolant. I decided not to run the coolant. Barely got over the line here. Barely got over the line. Do you think today's patch will change everything? I don't think so, no. So, do we want to look for, let's say, a factory early on? Um, or is it still like chocolate train? I think on day 6 it's a chocolate train. Like, I shouldn't. Oof, that's a hard bargain, but the answer is a guaranteed fight. Tinker has also disappointed this game. I'm still on $2. The guaranteed fight is also important, so I'm not missing on too much XP here, and I can get the enchant in time, especially with 2 drills. That may be worthwhile. Um, yeah, I don't think there will be it will be a small patch. It's like basically every 4 weeks they give us a, like, historically speaking, right? Every 4 weeks they give us a big patch, and then um, in between those 4 week cycles they give us a small patch, kinda. I don't think there is anything that is like really important to upgrade, but a hotspot would go like a very long way here. So let's try that. It's invigorating cold for the future, for the start of combat drilling. I know there is a defense grid and that's like meaningful, but this is the actual winning line. Like for sure it's a winning line. There's not even a doubt in my mind. I think we can beat the Lone Shark, but it will be close. Like, he's hitting hard and I'm not hitting hard. It's -1 XP. And Zookeeper, though, has a good loot table, right? Including especially Toxic Friendship. Hello, Kita. Welcome, welcome. Happy to have you here. How is everyone doing? I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. Doing a lot better in comparison, health-wise. And yeah, I still feel my sinuses, but they're a lot better now. And I can talk again. So, welcome, welcome. How are you, by the way? So 2 XP is 2 XP and Keener is disappointing, right? We shouldn't miss on 2 XP. And then we go shopping at JJ. Still, you know, trying to find some stuff. Still don't find stuff. At this point, it's starting to be ridiculous. Not gonna lie. Is there actually a patch today? I mean, they haven't confirmed it. So for that reason, you are correct. But historically speaking, ever since the long December period where we had no patch, they have very, very continuously given us a patch every 2 weeks, right? Like there was always like some balances and some patch happening every 2 weeks. So I'm willing to say yes. Oh man, that was probably I dealt enough damage to kill him. But then, you know, as a shielded catfish, those shield enchanted starts enjoyers. Oof, a lot of decisions to be made. I feel like in this situation, though, like last game, we were in the same spot, right? And I decided to go for all in. Here, it's a different story because my whole comp around my whole composition, like my whole board, evolves around 2 drills, which means a hotspot and a grease fire are the one things that would be amazing, and everything else is comparison like a lot worse. Like let's say I see Shatter at all in. While Shatter is a good skill, I can't utilize it. I haven't seen a Blue Beetle in this game, so I feel like here it's Malafang and it's not the alternative. And then we roll and pray for the gods. Oh, the reason why I hate Malafang so much lately. It has to be Searing Flames for the future, but man, is that frustrating. All right, day 7. Everything is gonna go south this game so far. Not gonna lie. Is it correct though? I don't think it's correct. Honestly, it's not correct. I'm baiting myself there. Hopefully. They call it a hotfix. I mean, they what they call it at the moment rather fluid, but hotfixes are these very, very minor patches, right? Where they just like adjust like a few numbers on stuff that needs, you know, a hotfix. I don't think this is like the same for today. Today will be more thoughtful patch day. Do you know what the rank 1 player plays? Yes, Dooley. But rank 1 player just means grinding more than me. Um, so, it's not like at the moment particularly about win rates and skill to get like high ranks. Yeah, wrong positioning. I agree. Let's go for the robotics factory here. 3 golden items, but none of them have what I look for. Oh, the bulldozer situation. I feel like the bulldozer situation is something I should consider here more. I wanted to, enchant this one, like transform it once before I sell it. But I cannot. I should buy the golden bulldozer here. Like a factory bulldozer, blue beetle is the comeback here. 12 gold is a big number. We should take it. I don't think it's worthwhile to run the bulldozer here. We're still like doodling around with like 2 drills and do nothing. How is it even possible? I mean, that is a good question for the first week of the season. For the second week, I was a little bit sick. So welcome everyone from Trinet's stream. Shout out to Trinet, obviously. Oh, someone else did it already. Thank you so much for the raid, Trinet. Welcome everyone. I'm Max, aka Snacer. I have had a small break for a week because I was sick, but I feel healthier again, so we are back streaming. You catch me on a, let's say, low roll run where everything goes south. So we will see if we can recover this one. And yeah, also my last win streak before I ended like for a week the stream was like 43 10 win runs in a row on Dooley. I still do think Dooley is not broken though. Hot top hot take here. And well, yeah, welcome everyone. Let's go and try to find the factory. I think that's my out here. 5 region or shopping. I think like normally, like 5 region, a lot of health, you like it. But without having like a blue beetle and a factory and all the stuff you need, I cannot afford. Are we even beating a dragon? I don't think we're racing them down, right? Like, we don't have enough drill activations. We bricked on our skill. Malafang was not nice to us. And we are too slow. We're not scaling fast enough. Like, there's not enough haste. There's not enough stuff happening. Pretty sure I'm not beating a dragon. And yeah, I know I have a coolin, but the coolin is not changing the timer too much. It buys you 1 or 2 seconds. And 1 or 2 seconds is not making us a lot stronger here. So, Renats, you're playing twice as fast. I mean, you're now here. How do you play twice as fast, sir? There is like a certain limitations to animation speed. Are you circumventing them? Question mark? I mean, sure, on stream I play a little bit slow when I explain, but also off stream I'm jamming as fast as possible. And also in my trance music jamming nights I also jam as fast as possible. So, it's not that I feel like I'm particularly slow on playing Dooley. I don't think a 3D printer is doing a lot for us here. Skill or Tox? I mean, I don't think Tok is helping us here at this point anymore. Let's go for the skills. That is like, the future. That's, the future. And then a crit on the Metro is fine, but We need to find a way to win. Okay, okay, okay. Never mind, never mind. That is a way to say we're winning in the future, right, son? Like we're still like slow, but let's consider a little bit. Ah, so activation times. 1, 2, 3. So the drills are not fully self-sufficient. That's really important to know. But if we're not fast enough, we're not winning anyway. So how do we set it up then? Like this is helping me a little bit to put down the CDR, right? But I don't think it's good enough. We're just going like this, right? Yeah, we go like this. I mean, this is, it's starting to come together to get our 10 wins, right? We have like we need an icicle and then one more skill and then, start of combat stuff happening. And then we enchant our second drill and stuff is happening. Like we are in a stuff is happening situation. But at the moment, we're still like, even though we have like our icicle, we're just like losing horrible, right? We're straight up losing horrible. We don't have defense lines. We don't have scaling. We're not doing anything. We're just like a bad version. We're definitely going for the enchant. Definitely putting a burn on something here. Putting the burn on our second drill, not on the metro. We still want to scale. We still like need to do this instead of here, just for the scaling situation to solve the no scaling situation a little bit. Definitely go for a dig site. Icicle would be amazing here. Like I'm not kidding. Like an icicle would go a long way. Anything that is going fast is good, like a shot glass, Chimera. These are the items we're looking for. I don't care about thrusters here. That is only silver. I'm just rolling a little bit further. I mean, that is a yo-yo, but what good does a yo-yo do? Nothing, to be honest. Nothing. Oh, we're rolling one more time and then, or two more times and then we go. One more time and then we're out of here. Oh. Let's compensate for the money spent. It's definitely Curio here. Same again. All we care at the moment is sorta. I can, right? I can spend a little bit of money here. Just slightly. There is an icicle. Comes together, comes together. Let's go. And then we leave. So, start of combat, 1, 2, 3. So we're missing, we need 2 more, right? 2 more to go. At the moment. Let's, we can hold on to these 2. We're never using our charcoal though, right? We're never ever gonna use that one again. Then go there. Well, this is starting to be, more juicy. It's not as juicy as I thought, though. We changed positioning. Positioning is wrong here. We are on our last life, which means we should take relaxes. So, we don't have any slows. So freeze on slow is whatever. Crit skills is not doing a lot for us, and Dooley skills are the same-ish, not doing a lot. Like Warm Hugs is not a Dooley skill, it's only the friendship thingy skill whenever you use a friend scale. But maybe that is good enough. Like, I don't know. The other options ain't sparking joy, right? A freeze on slow. I don't have rust. Yeah, I think it's a Simon angle here. Let's just take this and you know, be done with the skill options. Let's go for Quicksil. Nitrogen Hammer. That is something, isn't it? I do like a Nitrogen Hammer here. Freezing more. More freeze is better. So, start of combat situation. So first of all, this can be used anyway. Maybe the coolant is not it here. Just one freeze, it's whatever, right? Maybe it's my Aiden. The consistency. Someone wanted to consider the poison bug, but I feel like the poison bug is like just one trigger, and while it gets charged a little bit by the icy drill, I think that's fully bait. That's a big question. Do this, and then I mean probably we're losing here, by the way. My opponent, a Dooley. Go like this. What? Hi, would your reasoning on gold versus burn skill at day 6 be the same for diamond versus burn skill at day 10? Good question. Probably not. Because there are more winning skills on diamond, right? The pool on diamond has like at least like knife tricks and stuff in it. And at that point I would be so tilted and hoped I'm not gonna go to Malafing. No. No, I would not. I would just take my L there. Okay, let's try this one again. That's 4 CDR. The breakpoints are a million times away. Yeah, the breakpoints are a million times away. I'm taking this one. This next to the blue beetle at some point, you know, at some point, is gonna go places for sure. It's a good skill. Also, the more I think about it, it's already in, isn't it? Also, it's one more activation here. Right? So now we are at 4. Then one more activation here. Yeah, it's already in. And then this one is maybe out in the future again. Let's take the loot here. Was already in. We're gonna go what, half a level, because you know we're not playing too much from behind here. Tools. We could upgrade a drill. Get a small item. Small item. I mean, now one more free skill, like freeze on poison, freeze on haste, and we are start of combating, right? So we're starting to do stuff. Is let's go. Icicle is obviously also a solid target to enchant, by the way. We are upping this. We're upping this for the future. Not upping anything else, though. So, upgrading something. Icicle is not it. Drills, whatever. Metro is not it. Black Ice isn't doing anything. It's just for the passive. We're never running, actually, this one, right? You're out. You're not doing it. And then probably it's just a skill for freeze. I mean, Shatter is scaling, and scaling is power. If you kill your opponents faster, you're winning more often. I don't care about this. I don't care about this one, right? Right? Right. So, do I want to roll here? What is it that I'm want to roll into? Maybe something surprise me. I'm not buying that one for the blue beetle. Like that. Nope, nope, nope. Not gonna happen. Since we are fully relying on charges, we don't care about procs necessarily. So, Boss Harrow is giving us another fun activation trigger. So he is like interesting for his skill. Am I willing to pass low to 2 XP for it? And the answer is no. That's a weird Mac board. Yeah, it's a weird board for sure. Now, since we found Chatter, also the nitrogen hammer is not fully needed anymore. Man, this game is gonna go weirder by the second, isn't it? Let's still go shopping for my blue beetle. At some point, you know, a blue beetle has to show up, right? So it's always the pendulum. It's never the charging station. If ever. I don't even think that is true. So skills or gold items. Well, the blue beetle can be here. One free skill is gonna put us on the moon. I mean, for all I care, invigorating cold is doing the same, right? So let's just do that. One more activation is exactly what we're needing. And then we're gonna go for diamond skills. I don't like these options. No, no, no. We're gonna roll. I don't want to play a glass cannon. I want to be the smart person. I don't feel like pendulum is bait here, but maybe my bugs are also bait. Let's say this one is bait. And let's say this one is bait. And then I can roll here. Taking a big freeze on our opponent here. Alrighty, now we are start of combating our opponents. That is good. We are on the comeback mechanism here. So I think like the scariest part probably are radiant items. Okay. Reasonable, reasonable. That is a Pygmalion that wants to you know play like the Mac board, huh? Like sir, play Mac. Large items, I don't think so. So let's take some region in. Ooh, Pearl Stick Side. You have been. So this is also like a really good starting item, like a start of combat item. I know I start for faster, right? I figured I found basically my rigged at home. So for now, I don't need to run this. But if I would have not the rigged at home, nor a rigged, this is like the next best thing to do on a drill. But here it would not improve us. Maybe I just take it for the money. I'm like really poor here anyway. I don't think it's pendulum that I would run with a blue beetle. It's I would just run the blue beetle on its own, but I wouldn't run it probably with a pendulum. Let's get rid of these. We're not running them. Always gold. Ooh, more burn. Let's go. It's never weapons, so this may be a blue beetle, but it also may not be a blue beetle. 100 health is also not doing a lot here at this point. Ooh, skills or small items. So what skills would I look for? More free skills? Start of combat freeze? Yeah, let's go for more freeze. I mean, Shatter, it's more damage, but is more damage like what I really need? I think like if I get like a free skill, I look a lot happier. And that's more crit. Probably, no, Shatter would have done at least as good, but yeah. Yeah, shot glasses is amazing for a drill. Oh man, nitrogen hammer is sometimes funny, isn't it? Like nitrogen hammer is probably also a rather underrated item. I have not faced as many nitrogen hammers as I believe I should face for the strength of the item. I think that is a fair summary there. Rage for no frozen flame. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That would end our run here. I agree. I mean, there are a radiant crazy Vanessa's also ending my run probably. Like, because if I can't freeze anything, I will not win anything as well. So, Mr. Yeti, how do we feel about you, sir? Can we beat a Yeti? That's a good question. I don't know, but I want to risk it. I think like in more than 50% we're not beating the Yeti. I just want to point that very clear out. We're in most cases not beating a Yeti. But if we're beating a Yeti, there is a good thing to get. So let's try this just for the blizzard. That's also something if we ever find our blue beetle. Let's go with all in here again. I don't feel like upgrading. Upgrades do a lot. Oh, that's a drill thing. Let's go for the drill thing. Let's also go for more health here. Like, I don't need weapons. Alrighty, we're trying this a million times now. I mean, we're on day 13. No blue beetle. Funny world. So there's the Vanessa I was scared the most about. I don't think I have space for the Sapphire, right? We could consider not running a Metro. But I do want to have the Metro as another activation on the drill. I feel like that is bait. It's like a lot of self-hasting, blah, blah, blah. I feel like this board is stronger at the moment. It's not about the freeze times. It's about killing my opponent here, and this kills my opponent the fastest. I think I'm most scared about Radiant. Okay, that's just shiny stuff. That's shiny stuff. That's whatever, right? We froze this a million times before we once froze this one. I want to point this one out. This is funny, right? Like, since they disabled the smart targeting, like, Ah, 12 seconds to 3, surely. We want to go for Goldie or health. I mean, Goldie, whatever, right? Like, I take the health. Sure, I want a blue beetle, but I gave up on that. I just gave up on that. Also, we are close to recovering this game. Thanks by this icy enchant on the drill. It was a hard fought game, kinda. We also no blue beetle. You know, the culprit that everyone wants to get like nerfed is not in sight. Pretty sure we want to go with the freeze skill, right? But it's the poison freeze we're looking for at this point. I don't think a defense crit here is worthwhile. But if it's a poison thingy, is it more likely to be on the wriggle? I don't know. Let me check the pool actually for the wriggle for a second here. Trainers. Wriggle. On Dooley. There are 10 skills. I want one of them. Nah, that's not sparking enough joy. Ooh, there we go. One more freeze is one more freeze, and it's start of combat. Oh, slow, yes. Since we are start of combat, I think we can put it on the metro, right? If we were not start of combat, we would put it on the icicle, by the way. The cheat code is put this on the icicle, but since we don't need to have that cheat code, I'm gonna go with the other cheat code. And then, you know, Mysterious Portal, I like them. Ooh, upgrading, yes. So what's getting here an upgrade? No one cares about the drills. You know what? 1 second of freeze is 1 second of freeze. That is the 1 second of freeze that matters. Let's go. Alright. As long as there's no radiancy stuff happening, my opponent is dead in absolutely no time. Nice. Who needs also a rigged opponent? You know what gives me like pleasure? And I mean this very, very clear. Like every rigged opponent that I kill makes me happy. Because, you know, like this skill is I don't know. It got under my skin. In the last week, this skill got under my skin. Lovely. Very lovely. Yeah, if they I agree about the rigged thing, right? But the fun part, they know as well. The thing is, they know as well. They may as well know like that rigged is a little bit rigged, right? Are there better, clearly better heroes? I think like the only one that is not a contestant is Pygmalion at the moment. So for all I care, Pygmalion is the worst hero. I think like all three other heroes can make their cases quite convincingly. And all three of those heroes are pretty strong. And you will find people that will defend each hero being the strongest. Um, I will sit on a hill and defend that Mac is the strongest by power level, but it's hard to play, so you're not seeing it as often. Um, and then there are Dooley and Vanessa, but both of those are pretty strong. Like Dooley is quite consistent if you have like a person that is like navigating him well, and Vanessa like is probably at the moment the most underrated hero. Like, no one talks about Vanessa. No one talks about Vanessa, right? No one is like talking about Vanessa at the moment. But Vanessa is actually quite strong. If people would just play spam aggro Vanessa and then, I don't know, either go into weird Clamera builds or like weird, but like go into Clamera builds or one weapon builds, like Vanessa is actually kind of strong, especially for the first 5-6 days. A good aggro Vanessa is unbeatable, like straight up. Like no Mac, no Dooley is gonna get there. You're dead before you go off. Yeah, Vanessa is bullying the early days, and then it's only about can you pivot into the mid and late game. Like you have to have two pivots basically. But you have with holsters and Clamera, you're rigged at home, and you are strong. Like you are strong. You are bullying. It's not like the 10-win hero, but definitely a hero considerably worthy. Um, so yeah, I got bullied quite a bit of from good Vanessas. Anyway, I will take here a 2-minute break. I need to, yeah, maybe actually make myself a new coffee. Or like at least start the process. So I will be back in 2-3 minutes. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for the follows. Thank you, trying it for the raid. I hope you're all doing absolutely well. And see you in just a bit. Alrighty, I am slowly being back. Coffee is in the process of making itself, and I'm ready for another round. I do think, by the way, the weaponized core nowadays is just like the most consistent core for what we're doing on Dooley, so I started to pick it now even over the ignition core. Well, I do like 5 region, man, small items is just the pool to go. Not getting your beetles, last game you saw was not fun. Take a friend just in case. Also, complaining is starting to settle in here. What the hell, game? Still like, like not a single bug on day one here. Reynard is giving me the non-streamer client experience at the moment, isn't he? That is a skill that is helping you quite a bit. We're gonna go and buy rocket launchers and hopefully a drill. Hopefully a drill, perfect. At least finding the drill is no issue yet. And then we're gonna go to JJ and take the bug. Which also means rolling JJ is out of the question here, right? Because I will not have the money. And that's a Vanessa. Do we play the aggro version or do we play the non-aggro version? I think against Vanessa's I do like the scaling actually. It's like it's not Mac or anything, it's Vanessa. And she often has like, a little bit of like seaweeds. And while I don't know if I beat the seaweed, at least I get chances to beat the seaweed because we're also scaled this way. Okay, that's probably too much damage. Yeah, that's too much damage. I can count 250 here. Yeah. Um, so do we already want to get rid of our weaponized core here? Since I have a rocket launcher and a drill, I needed a small friend. I think that's the answer. Let's not do this over hastily on the core thing. Let's reroll. Strength is fine in this situation. And while I like small items quite a bit, I should not skip our guaranteed XP here. And then this is guaranteed killing the rogue strapper. We have scaling. Hello, Peliniak. Welcome, welcome. Very happy to see you. How are you? In it's rather clear to um that there is a patch coming. By the way, you're me. Yeah. Pretty clear. I mean, they're just saying server downtime, but I would be in absolutely. It would be kind of new that there is no patch, right? There has been always a patch every 2 weeks now. So yeah. Oh man. I will refrain myself from further discussions here. I mean, I have like positions there and stuff, but I don't want to always repeat myself for the one thing. And I do strongly believe clearly, what I believe in. Whatever it is, what it is. So This is also like an interesting board. Let's say that way. I don't think Courier is where I want to go here, right? Like, screw Courier. Let's take a skill. A crit for the future is a crit for the future. Why is Crit Core better than Armored Core? I will answer that. So, two things. One, a Crit Core can beat the Viper. And when you argue about the... Please, Rocket Launcher, let's go, let's go. When you argue about your strength on day one, beating the Viper is a huge upside. Like, if it's all about day one, beating the Viper is like... That gives you quite a bit of bonus points. Specifically also because winning day one on its own is rather unlikely, and you need very specific items to win day one. In general, just so that's one. Secondly, offense is better than defense. Being a sitting duck on an armored core is only good in very specific situations where you can turtle on a Wallace and an armored core. And while you can sometimes do this, I would wager most builds these days are just straight up beating you because they have more skill, they are more bursty, they have poison. You are not winning that. A crit core at least gives you some damage and then some more damage, and maybe some more damage is good enough. I will always take a crit core for those reasons over an armored core. I do think you overestimate the strength of an armored core, because it's not like countering too many builds. And yes, you may win a few matchups, but you also may lose a few other matchups. Like, because every poison matchup basically is in loss instantly. Let's take some chocolate here. Also, we were not able to spend any gold yet, so let's hopefully change that. Ooh, that is at least one of those, right? And then we're rolling for more of those. Not great. And then I'm taking all the health, because sometimes when the weird crit happens, you can die on 400 health. I have had that on stream. Okay, I cannot stop myself, and a bit I will engage again with the comments here. Why not? Why not? Why not? It's always skills here. There is not it's not worthwhile. Do I want to take a left hand? Sure, left hand is fine. It's fine. And calf is bait, so let's take a B1, B2. Up the drill has the most future potential, is the future for all I care here. Mandala on the core seems a little bit, again, over hastily. One income, it's like what? 8 gold. So I press this and get over time 8 gold here. Or I go to Curio and I will preemptively buy extra slow and hope for the rocket boots. I feel like it's a winning line to go for the rocket boots here. I'll buy extra slow for the future. Then we're not rolling, and then we're just buying this shop here. So this, we're buffing the drill. The drill is the key piece here for the future. Then I'm even buying this and say, well, that's also damage. And then we don't roll for the rocket boots, which would have been a lot better because, you know, Yellow Mantis here would, you know, and then Square Dooley is gumming. Be right back. Want to get my coffee first here. we somehow won this. Like, he does not have chocolate, right? Like, the only reason we won this is because he doesn't have chocolate. I'm willing to believe that. Because otherwise, he has, like... I mean, okay, he runs an ignition core here, but, like, DJ Robot is a beast. Also, you don't run your nanobot here. Sir, are you okay? You run an ignition core over a nanobot? Oh, and you even have a charcoal? Man, sir, you deserve to lose this one so hard. Wasn't close, yeah. But, like, I don't know, if I see a DJ Robot, I'm scared. I'm not gonna lie. This game looks exactly the same as last game, right? We're on day 4, and we haven't found, like, really bugs. Like, sure, you know, like, a little bit, but... Well, that's a hoot here. I'm not fighting a Hydro, dude. You cannot make me. I take the CDR here. Anyway, I have 2 stances to the discussion about the Blue Beetles here. So the first one is, I do think, and that's just like a general thing, freeze is a healthy mechanic in the game. I know people will be like, but what about, you know, the frustration, blah, blah, blah. If you just, like, instead of facing all the time freeze, just, like, let's say you freeze, you face, like, all day long your big Langshians, right? It's just like a Langshian into a Langshian. And they're just, like, hitting your face because there's no freeze anymore. And Langshian is dominating for that reason, because you cannot freeze your Langshians anymore. People will complain the same. They're unhappy. That's not okay. One shot. I cannot do this stuff I wanted to do. So here's the thing. Reynard is right. Reynard is right about people will complain whatever they lose to, whatever they feel is oppressive or the strongest. And I do think for that reason, you're arguing here about the frustration, but the frustration will be there because people hate losing. And I think freeze is a healthy mechanic to counter, for example, the Langshian. So yeah. I think we are having our rigged dream at home again. Because this game is gonna take a little bit down the line. I do not feel good about the chuck here. I feel like, you know, we're on this dire situation where we need to consider finding our bugs and stuff. Right. Hmm. Some chocolate bars. Quicksil. Huh. Let's go for the Quicksil. Ooh, we found our blue beetle. Something happened. Is it time to get rid of our weaponized core? I don't think so. I don't want to go for tools, so we take the economy road. 3 gold is 3 gold. Don't want to change anything in this particular situation, like taking out something and then putting in these 2. I think that is the moment bait, so we go as is. Says Mr. 16 is by core and by heart a Dooley player. I think no one is gonna deny that Mr. 16 is not any of those, right? If that is a true statement, he will tell you Mac is the strongest at the moment. He will also tell you that Dooley is fine, but he still thinks Mac is way stronger and more fun, so he's playing Mac at the moment. So yes, I acknowledge I have a small bias there, and probably if you're a pick Malian player by heart, your viewpoint may differ a little bit. Fair enough. But I don't think my take is that weird. Let's take a freebie here. Let's take out a mod squad. It's not even subjective. Guys, it's not subjective. It's like, whatever. I'm done. I'm done with it. Like, let's focus on the game. I gave my 2 more cents about this topic. Let's just skip it, for at least for me. You can do whatever you want in my chat. I don't mind it for the time being, but yep. Ooh, let's up the blue beetle here for sure. Easiest decision. So we are gonna go curio shopping in this position, right? We have some money at least, and rocket boots go a long way. Rocket boots go a long way. Bicycle goes a long way. This is not helping us. We don't have a target to put it on. Upgrading it doesn't change anymore, right? It was it got reduced. Alrighty, let's think about this. Do we want to run any alternative options here? Let's say there's measly core that isn't doing a lot. Gets put down. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Alrighty, let's go. Don't, yeah, don't do this though, Tapios. Like, I didn't, like, if I end the conversation, you can give timeouts, but for the time being, we are on the tolerant side here. Do you ever upgrade Ignition Core on day 1 to raise chances of day 1 wins? Yes, I do. I do that if you have already like a decent board, or like you feel like it, do it. Like Ignition Core, upgrading Ignition Core gives you a sufficient and a noteworthy boost for the first few days of winning. So I would heavily consider that. I think that's a good play. Straight up a good play. I like it. I do it. Health is nice, right? But there are still a few beetles that are missing to our long-term plan, so let's go for the long-term plan. How do you feel about a charcoal? I mean, he helps you win against the Corsair, right? This is like a win against the Corsair if you don't have other sorts of scaling happening, so let's take it for that reason. That's also beetle. Let's go. Which means probably we can now further down change a little bit here. The setup, right? Nice. Never beating a Lich, but a Mosquito has like a nice skill and a neural toxin, so probably the worst outcome there. Also, let's yeah, it has to be the blue beetle for the future. It has to be the consistent line here. Let's go for that. And then we are taking a risk because we don't want to fall behind on the leveling, and we are already a little bit behind, I feel like. Hello, Libby. How are you? I'm fine. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Um, so the bazaar is banned in Belgium. Do you have any idea if they're working on it? I do not think they're working on it. So your solution is you are moving. You are paying a moving company called VPN, and then your moving company is gonna move you to, I don't know, a good connection to Germany or a good connection to the, I don't know, French neighbors, and then you moved, and then for all tempo cares you moved to Germany or French, and then suddenly you can play again. So just take a VPN, sir. I mean, that is like a small increase on money and stuff, but we are more in the big upgrade situation here. Ooh, drill, let's go. Expensive, but worthwhile. Also, probably we can get rid of the rocket launcher. I do think an icicle laden is going to do a lot more. Also, we have trained since day one, right? So that is our scaling. We hold this barricade forever, and the one bug we are missing is the one that is needed the most. So happy me, isn't it? Oops, this positioning like this, right? Yep. Alrighty. This is my board. Let's go. Never Luxembourg. Oh, sorry. Bakal. It was not. I didn't mean to be rude to my Luxembourg friends here. Um, you know, it's just like so tiny, so sometimes you forget about it. Like, it's actually like the honest answer there. Probably if the VPN to Luxembourg is good, feel free to go to Luxembourg. Yes, this moving company is working flawlessly if you move to whatever, but you need to stay probably moved. So, you should at some point decide where you move to, and then just to make no issues, you should stay moved. So once you have your final destination, just stick with your final destination, and then the moving company works. Yes. Makes your VPN your connection slower. Yes. VPN has downsides, but you should have no problem. Find just a nearby stable VPN connection, like a server that is nearby, like if you're in Austria, don't go to Australia or US, stay in your region. So your latency is a little bit lower. Find a good moving company that is helping you there, having like stable servers. So take one of the big VPN providers that are used for stability, and then should work flawlessly. It has like your issues, but given the alternative, you know. So, robotics factory. I think that's an angle, right? We're just gonna go there. We're gonna roll for it. We have 6 gold, 26, and I will find my money. I will find my money if I need to. So let's go. Ooh, I could have been a robotics factory. Never lucky. So -4 gold here. Um, so we have 1 drill activator, 2 drill activators, right? That's like a millions away from start of combat. Let's be honest there. So for now, I think it's all in and not trying to build that one. Ooh, that is a warm hugs. Yes, we like that. I don't like weapons here. I mean, bulldozer would be a weapon, but I don't care too much. Let's take the freebie and extra heal on the Aiden. Now everything is gonna go a lot more off. Go with the shock trooper. Transform core. Yeah, I should have considered that. I'm not as high anymore on that as I was before, but still I should have probably considered that. The transforming core there. It's still like max space that I don't have access to basically. We're never running that core again ever. I am a mysterious bottle enjoyer. Ooh, Mag. You have 2 good items, right? That's so hourglass is not the item I had in mind. Sure, 8% is 8%, but don't think so. Staff of the Moose is not a Dooley item, and this also is not a Dooley item. I'm gonna roll for Sapphire and the black ice thing though. Those are two game-winning items. I think like chocolate is actually something I want to consider here. 100 health or 100 health. I'm a little bit careful because like if I spend like 10 gold, the factory is becoming a little bit harder to finance in the future. But 5 gold is fine. I mean, kind of close one, right? Like, he's hitting hard. Not gonna lie here. Also lucky that he didn't crit there. If he crit, like, I don't know. I was like 50 health off if that was a crit. Ooh, 12 gold is a big number. I should take the big number there. Hello, Stevo. Welcome, welcome. Happy to have you here again. And then, like, we go Kina. I know there's this transform core idea, but oof, already happy about that one. Oh, wait. But Kina also has robotics factories sometimes, you know, not often, but sometimes. And but sometimes I do like those sometimes. So I should take the 2 XP here, so we're leveling. I know there's an Andy, and you like Andys, and he has sometimes fiber optics and all the good stuff, but you should not skip the 2 XP. I want to have the guaranteed level here. Also, here's something interesting. I mean, it's not the situation because we don't have fiber optics, we don't have like enough drill charges, but it's not completely unreasonable to just have it, it's still at least for the future in mind, that this is an actual reasonable enchant target. Like it's reasonable to enchant your icicle because you get like 2 more slows, 2 more haste, 2 more anything, and then you are in a very good position start of combat wise. It's never like obsidian in this situation. And random, it's definitely drill and not the icicle, and it was probably never not the drill, so you know, keep in mind that. Burn is, I would say, like, it's twisted, because while burn is giving you a lot of damage, we are probably close to capped on the burn activations here with the warm hugs, so for that perspective, we're gonna go for haste and slows, extra haste and extra slow. I just like be careful here. Don't buy anything. Icicle upgrade though, fair enough, fair enough. These make me happy. But now I should skip it, right? I spent already like quite a bit of my fortune here. Are we ever running a charcoal again? The answer is no. I don't think I want to go for middle. I don't have something to be 1x2, so it's all like it is probably anyway a relax, but the incentive to take the relax is even higher since the alternative nodes are nothing I want really to go. Would you use DJ in that build? I think a silver DJ here is not good enough anymore. Golden DJ probably still good enough. So yeah, I can see myself running a DJ here. Yes. Drill between bugs now. That's a good point. I don't have a hotspot, right? That's a good point. I missed that one. Yep. Yep, that's a lot better of a build. Yep, Martinez and Killer Takis. Killer. I don't know how to pronounce your names, but yes, you are correct. Positioning was definitely wrong and is now a lot better. Yeah, this is like a way superior positioning. Totally agree. I missed that one. Good catch. Good catch. I mean, I said this earlier on this stream, and I want to point that very clearly out. While I do think bugs are consistent and they are strong, and probably after you have an idea what you want to do, also rather easy to play, right? When I was like really mushy and sick and had like a fever and played a few games a day, like one game, and then I went to bed again, I had like atrociously, let's say, average win rates, like what you can expect on average. So I don't know if it was just like, also being a little bit unlucky, probably. I do think the game is a little bit harder than I make it look when I'm like at least a little bit more, healthy. I want to roll for Shatter. Yep, there's my Shatter. So a little bit of poison is really not a lot. So maybe, just for the spite situation, let's get rid of this lovely core here. Oof, that's a hard decision. I mean, it's not really a hard decision. It's in the end, it's a dig site since I have all the bugs. And yes, this has, by the way, a poison tag. So, we can find the blue beetle here. And sometimes you get like poison enchanted items, and then you can like, put stuff next to the blue beetle. I do like the dig site for the potential high roll. Not more! Do you see what I see there? Do you see what I see there? Uh alrighty. Sometimes I like the dig site for the high roll a little bit more. I don't know about you, but I feel like that is that's a high roll, isn't it? All right. How do we do this? So I do want to run an icicle, right? I still think the icicle is better here, and probably the Aiden. Like we don't really care about anything else, right? Like this is setting here, and this is my flag spot, and then we just have the Aiden. I do want to have the icicle. Yeah, let's go like this. Aiden's so strong. It's about the start of combat situation. Like let's say yeah, it's definitely Aiden. It's more the Aiden for the consistency here. It's all about starting as fast as possible. The Aiden is at the moment still like consistently starting at 4 seconds at least. And if the Aiden is not getting like okay, so in actually, so is it ever not the Aiden? It was fine. Like the speed here of what we're doing is fine. I mean, it's not needed for start time, by the way, because so the icicle is hasting one item though. I mean, if it's a drill, we're still at 6 then, right? It's fine. It's fine. Doesn't really matter. Let's go for the snowflake here. Oh, never lucky. Let's take the CDR. Health, just in case. XP for the future. Let's invest ourselves into XP. Levels are pretty good. Also here, it's just like take every loot you can. CDR is pretty helpful. It's a lot of gold. Let's go shopping at JJ. I don't think the bulldozer is doing us any favor here. I think I don't like 3D printers. I think in most cases they're not helping you as much. It's funny if it works, but it's for me, for all I care, a win more item. I call this a win more item. Um, I think like most of the times when you consider it, it's not as good as you think it is, but it's fine. I know Sixten likes a 3D printer more than me, for sure. Would you ever run a chrono barrier for the CD before wing? No. Oh, I probably missed also on using the wing, right? Feather. I still have the feather in the back. So oopsie. Small oopsie there. Should have used my feather. Just going fast through the motions here. Okay, diamond skills or free skills. We do have the shatter, we have an invigorating. I do think it's a Adira. Let's go for the high roll. I do like the high rolls. Well, those were not the high rolls, weren't they? Were quite the opposite. Probably should have taken the chocolate here, was just too lazy. Maybe the 150 health will punish me. Let's see. Also, Stille Beobachter, welcome, welcome. Happy to have you here again. How are you? Well, that was a nice game. I do like winning. But nerf Mac. Also, I after a week of waiting, I finally was able to still buy an item, at least in the bazaar. I was able to buy today card back. Uh, it just took forever to see an item that I actually can use. So if ever like Tempo employee is watching, for the love of God, give us items that we don't have yet. I really hate going a week to the shop and every day get the same 3 items I already have. I want to put like I want to spend my gems. Give me options to spend my gems, please. I'm not buying an Aegis. I do buy an Aiden though. Plasma grenade is interesting. Like a plasma grenade is like a nice fallback. It can win you. It can win you games, but nah. I think Aiden carries quite nice against the Viper, wasn't it? Like Aiden wins against Viper situation. Pretty sure wins against Viper situation is still true. Even on the on the worst core, like Ignition core against Viper. Like I talked about this Armored core not beating the Viper. The Ignition Core on its own is also not beating the Viper, by the way. It's, yeah. Did you go through 43 games, 10 win in a row on Dooley? Yes, I did. I counted 43. I may have miscounted by 1 or 2 in either direction. And it's only the games that were on stream that I counted. I'm absolutely certain there were more games in between. So, probably the unofficial, I can't prove them, nor do I remember correctly, may even be a little bit higher. And I'm pretty sure I was close to 33 to 2 days ago. Like 3 days ago, up for 1 or 2 days, I didn't lose, and my legend points I counted estimated me about 30 games again in a row. So yeah, that as well. Ooh. See, sometimes you find your gang really early. Ooh, 5 gold. Let's go. Probably like this for now, right? And we can go to Kina. We can get a skill. I mean, a skill is often like 5 crit on your shield here. But sometimes, like, I picked this yesterday off stream, obviously, and was a rust in this position, day 1. And I was like, yeah, it's always skills. But that's like the rather uncertain moment, though, right? Like, it's not uncertain. It's what is it called? It's not happening often. This is a rust. Let's say that way. Ah, man, an Eigen upgrade is gonna do so much here. For all I care, Firefly upgrade is doing kind of a lot for me as well. Okay, game, you're making up. You're making up. This start is already a million times better than the last game, right? Like a million. Like, undeniable a million. Holy smokes. GG. Don't you like enchanted items on Dooley? No, no, I don't. I do think it's a very inconsistent line, and I do think it's a wrong line. It's a high roll line, and it's too much high roll. I don't like it. How does legendary points work? Basically, for each game you get points, and the more wins you have, the more points you get. And only if you have below 4 points, you get minus points. And if you have more than 4 points, I think you get like 4 wins. You get okay. Let me start again. If you have below 0 and 4 wins, you get minus points. If you have 4 to 7 wins, it's net 0. At 7 wins, you get 1 point or more. And if you get the full 10 wins, you get 2 points. So basically, the more you play and the more you win, the more points you get. And mostly it's not about winning, it's about playing for those who are a little bit higher on the ladder there. So we are a little bit low on the money, and it's just a JJ. So maybe, taking 2 gold here is a good idea. I think like we are in a take the burden situation here. I don't have a drill yet. We're definitely taking our XP here. Maybe the not having drill situation would, make me go to a JJ, but I only had 7 gold, which was the reason to be a little bit more careful. I mean, yeah, whatever. Anyway, this is gonna be a fun game. Also, I genuinely like. I know 16 is on a different, like, let's say, path there. We're gonna go and look for drills here, or we found our drill. I don't even want to have a rocket launcher, right? I don't want to roll for the rocket launcher. Like, nope, rocket launcher has sailed. Oh, we are upgrading my blue beetle here. We could also upgrade the core, but to upgrade the core, we have to position suboptimally, and who cares about cores in this position? No one, right? Bronze tier 2 could be a drill upgrade. but often enough it's not. So let's take a bronze item, you know. Oh, the rocket launcher shows up. Oh, by the way, the rocket launcher is better than the ignition core here. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So 16 is enjoying like Mac a lot at the moment, but I do enjoy Dooley. Like, I don't know, like for me, I'm still not even remotely tired of playing Dooley and Bug Dooley. So for me, I can like play this another 2 weeks, I think, on a personal level without getting exhausted or tired or frustrated. The only thing that actually needs to change is Rick. Like basically, for all I care, nerf a little bit Mac, maybe not. Who cares? And then take out Rick, and this game is gonna be enjoyable for another 2 weeks for me. Like I mean it. Let's do the like. I don't need weapons, right? This is like 1 gold I don't need. Let's make it short and quick here. So, skills or JJ? I think we are in a very luxurious position. We found everything very, very, very early. So let's sneak peek a little bit here. So that is scaling. 2 damage start of combat, and then another 4 damage here and there. But it's also like a fifth of a shatter. So it's just to compare it, right? Like basically the slow and the freezes are on Dooley kind of on par, like the output. And Shatter is giving me 5 times as much scaling. So slow and steady is it's not a Shatter, right? And we're not slowing that much, but it is scaling, and I can pick it up here, and I should pick it up. It's better to have it than not have it. I don't have the health for the hooligan. Like, I'm really strong, but I'm not risking it, right? I mean, burn output is not amazing. Synergistic though, like these three are like these are all charging though, and we have an Aiden that is taking care of business, and I don't want to risk it. It's just 1 XP. I don't need to do this. Do you think the game is in a better place now when duplicating items is way harder? Yes. I do think the way that it works now at the moment is pretty fine. Like, I don't complain about duplicating items. I think it's in a very healthy situation. And the way it works now is just like not consistent. It's super rare or like rare enough. It's not as early. So for all I care, the way it is at the moment is absolutely fine, and in a lot better spot. Yes. So small items is something to consider, but also there's chocolate. If I spend the 4 gold here, I have 2 gold left and I have 1 note, but I think I take the risk. I have to take the freebie option. Ooh, oh, mountain pass, hell yeah. Let's take it anyway. And then, yeah, perfect decisions. Also, like 16 had like 16 is still learning, like bizarre addict. Like I feel like you're coming over like rather emotional, let's say it that way, right? So here's your counterpoint. 16 is learning Mac. He has been really like not played many Mac games, probably 20-ish, right? And he already put up an impressive 10-win streak on his like basically first try playing Mac. And that is like a big number. Sure, it's not 40, but I have 1,000 games on Dooley, whereas you have no intuition to go on Mac if you just start learning Mac. So I feel like your point is a little bit not as strong as you make it sound. And Rarish has like also with like just trying and experimenting, uh, over 90% win rate on Mac. Like his highest win rate by far is on Mac, and he has lost like 3 games and won like 40 games or whatever. So, you know, your points don't seem to persuade anyone from a high standpoint here. And I'm not arguing because I want to argue that Dooley is the strongest. I can, if Dooley is the strongest and most broken hero, I will tell you. Like I have no problem with this. I'm not saying Dooley isn't consistent. I'm not saying Dooley isn't strong, but I don't think the extreme you make it sound is true. If it was true, I would. If it were true, I would tell you. Like, I don't mind. I would tell you if Dooley is busted. I wholeheartedly don't believe it, and I do think it's more the truth than the bias that is speaking there. I don't think I want to up the drill here, so let's go with a nice, juicy extra 2 burn. Anyway, I really try not to discuss this further. Like I will let's say it this way. Now let's end the discussion. Okay? We're ending the discussion. Discussion time is over. Like type your last comment in 2 minutes. This topic is out of the discussion. We're not talking about balancing as at least as far as heroes, strength, and especially Dooley and bugs go. I think we reached a point where we should just end the discussion. Let's take another risk. Oh, also, I don't hear any music because I just muted it for myself and I didn't realize up until now. But we are also on the classical music train today. How is the game looking for someone who might want to play completely free to play? In my absolutely honest answer, I think it's looking at the moment amazing. They be careful, they may revert changes. Like people don't want to hear it, but honestly, I can see being a little bit going back on the like it was like going up and down on the free to play situation. At the moment, I would say it's amazing, even though, and I do think in the future it's still amazing, not as amazing. Um, it is though. It you will have to the beginning can be a little rough. How you accumulate the one currency that is in the game is harder on the beginning. Let's say that way. But in general, I think you can get 1 or 2 heroes to play. You can more or less with like a week of delay can get all the stuff that you want available for free at the moment from the new expansions. So I would say it's doing quite fine, and you should give it an honest try. I don't think two burn is making me too happy here. I want to roll. Oh, hotspot, let's go. Hotspot, let's go. I'm not beating Hydro, dude. I'm not even trying. You cannot make me. Yeah. But it's super good, Drake. Just give it a try, enjoy the game, learn the game. I think it has, as far as I'm concerned, a bright future still. And I still hope that a bunch of let's say battlegrounds enjoyer coming our way. Let's go for Andy. We still need one more small item here. I don't even like care too much, but that is definitely on the better side, isn't it? Alrighty. So what's the next thing we need a metro? So let's take the chocolate here. Let's sell everything. And then we have like even exactly the gold. I'm not even like I don't greed here. Losing is something I don't want to do, and 50 health more is 50 health more. I also feel like a little bit like changing the trance music here. Feel like trance music a little bit more. Wanna jam. Oh, I think I thought I pressed this button. So my rule of thumb is whenever I have a DC, I use this as a reminder to restart the game client. It feels like a little bit smoother for the first hour still on the game client side, as well as I never have issues to reconnect. So the whatever timeout period issues there are not occurring, and I can always reconnect instantly and I restart the client. So for my force of habit, this feels the easiest and smoothest way to get back into the game. Whether you wanna use that or not as a advice, feel free. So we won. That's nice. Oh, there's a dig site. We have 7 gold, so we need to be careful here. So we get a golden truffle each day, which is what is a golden truffle? 1, 2, 3 gold, right? It's 3 income basically, as long as I hold onto the pitchfork. That's not conveying me. And that's a silver bulldozer for free. It's basically 12 gold. I would have probably considered buying it anyway. So let's say that is reasonable to hold on, right? It's just, at silver is not doing a lot, but just having it around feels reasonable. I don't want to go to middle. I don't have anything to transform necessarily. 2 gold is not a lot. Silver item or loot. Silver item sometimes is a bug, isn't it? Then we go for the strongest fight. So we have a rust, and so all I care here about in this position is primarily about how do we pivot into a late game situation where we go off faster than our opponent, right? That's the main issue to solve in this position. And I think there are two ways to play it from here, right? One is to build around the start of combat rust, and then you know also maybe icicles, but primarily like freeze and invigorating cold and all that line, right? That's option A, and option B is to just up our bulldozer to diamond in the future, like slowly but steadily, and then play off that and say, well, like 2.8 seconds Aidens are actually meaningful. So Sylvia is like a really expensive JJ on day 5. On the one hand, yeah, let's save money. Let's honestly let's save money. Just so we have money for the factory if we ever need it. There's a good enough reason to save a little bit. Can it ever be bad to pick up an item at bronze tier at day 7, for example, if you want it at a higher tier? It's let's say an interesting question because I don't have a full answer for it, right? Like I struggle there to give you an honest answer because I'm not fully certain what the correct answer there is basically. Oh we lost to this life preserver, right? Yeah. Um because on the one hand you will always find upgrades kind of even afterwards, so there's no way to break there. But then on the other hand, if I sell it, I can find it at silver and gold anyway, and I don't have the backspace to use for it. That's the counterpoint. The up point for this again, though, like, it's a pro and con situation, is that you have higher odds of finding items you already have, and we don't know what are these odds. So I make it honestly on my send. I make it intuition based. Like I don't have a clear winner on that question. Oof, Nitro is something we definitely want to take as a starter for the future. So, do we beat an Infernal? That's a good question. We're a little bit late to the party, but then burning quite a bit. I think we're beating an Infernal. It will be a very close fight, though. Our health should help quite a bit. Nitro is not helping our cause here. The rocket launcher has like a decent amount of burn in our favor, kinda. Yeah. This looks a little bit closer than better than it was, and the main reason why it was better is because my rocket launcher was a little bit more hasted than usual, probably on average. Let's go for small items here. Metro is still something we look for. I do like a coolant here. We also like never put like more burn on the rocket launcher because the rocket launcher is the next item that goes on the off the board. Go here and building up again some money. So there is better odds on a shatter, right? And there is like, you know, gold skills. I want to look at the odds for shatter again for a second. I will also answer all the questions in chat. I saw there are a few good questions. Ryukon. Ryukon. So for Dooley, there are 21. If we go up until diamond, if we go for gold, it's a little bit less. Yeah, it has to be then. It has to be all in then. More options. Auburn is a number, sure, but is that number big enough? No. Ooh, Shatter, let's go. Definitely the better option. So do we want to get rid of our rocket launcher in this position? I do so, I do think. Still think this circle is the best. Alrighty, let's go. So, weird question. It's not a weird question. How do you feel about the balance monsters on day 5 and beyond? I feel like monsters like Chili Charles and Trashdown Mare are always free and always the easiest option. Sorry, I made no sense. Yeah, so I do think there are some fights that are a little bit unbalanced. And some monsters that are a little bit too strong or too easy. So I think like they could be improvement. On the other hand, you know, I don't mind that it is a little bit spicy. So sometimes, you know, I don't know. I feel the experience is not the worst. That sometimes even a leftmost monster fight is a little bit stronger and the right one is easier, you know. I don't mind too much. I think that there's like if there is like one particular situation where I feel unhappy about the monsters is the day 3. You have the Scout Trooper or the Etherite, right? On the right spot there. And not only is Etherite a million times easier in comparison to a Scout Trooper, I'm not scared of an Etherite. I will be definitely a lot more scared about a Scout Trooper. But also the pool of drop items, of items that are dropping, are on Etherite like a million times better. So that feels like double and triple punishing. And I think that is the first thing I would change if there's any fights I would adapt. Probably just nerve rigged and then make Etherite also a lot harder. We're gonna look for our factory here. We will find money. That's no issue. Do we want to up the bulldozer? Answer is yes. There's still like the option to run the bulldozer in the future. I'm not hard focused on this drill at the moment at all. There might be even a consideration already now. Also, the Nitro is a little bit hurtful against the against Charles here. I mean, we also have a coolant, so it's not that hurtful. We're killing him no matter what. Anyway, let's go. Okay, so small items or we go for another fight. I feel like a risk is a risk and we don't struggle too much on finding items. And sure, we would obviously, prefer like finding fiber optics and metronomes and all like here upgrades for on my box, right? But it's not like really needed nor guaranteed there. And a fight is a fight. Buffs your economy, gives you XP. Sometimes you even like get like a venom and then you feel like really, really happy, right? Man, so close. So close. Let's take some health here. Leveling wise, we're super fine. We're getting our enchant. At least on the day you should on average get it. Half a level away though. Which yeah. Alrighty. Looks like a strong opponent. No scaling though. We have scaling, he does not. We go off a little bit faster than him. Then as a diamond bug, we got over the line. It's good that we had scaling. See what JJ wants to sell me here. We're taking every upgrade. We bolstered our bank account enough here. Poisons items are premium. I'm gonna roll them. There is a decent chance on a blue beetle. Never got the blue beetle, but fair enough. Take the black spider, be happy. Wandering shoal for sure. Like that skill is absolutely crazily strong. That skill is pretty strong, he said. Ooh, poison, sure. Sure. I think we're gonna put this on the drill and then we're sticking with the drill, aren't we? And then we take a slow item. Because who cares about metal? We could up our drill here, but I do prefer friends. I think it's too late for the DJ robot. I rather run a bulldozer. I will consider that very thoroughly in just a bit. So the reasons for the bulldozer is we're starting at 3.8 seconds here, which is quite nice. And then a lot of self-charging is happening. We also need one less charge on the beetle, probably. So for that reason, I do think the bulldozer is better than these items here. Yeah, I do like this. Yeah, sparks enough joy, enough scaling, stuff is happening. What are the 3 best cores? Weaponized core, ignition core, companion core. In that order. And the reason is the more consistent the core is on the first few days, the better I like it. Or the stronger. Stronger in consistency. I think the ignition core and the companion core can be stronger than the weaponized core, but they're less consistent. Let's take some health here. I'll transform anything. We might look for a drill upgrade, why not? Oh, that's a lot of money. Let's take the money. It's more money than this fishing rod. And then, since we're here, let's roll for the drill upgrade. I don't mind. Ooh, drill upgrade, let's go. See, that's what I meant. Like, if you have the bronze item, you can still, like, always find an upgrade. Is the core terrible? I mean, probably better than the crit and armored core. Terrible is also a hard statement, but you don't get in-house scaling. It's not as strong in the peak as an ignition core or a companion core in comparison. So I would prefer the other cores over that, and then in the end you transform the cores away anyway. You're never like a core gamer these days. So, yeah. Don't want to go for weapon skills. Not really. There's only like the beautiful friendship skill at Simon that is good. Poison is at least a freeze, right? In most cases. Let's go with a poison is a freeze situation. I like the poison is a freeze situation. We're not upping the nitro. Let's go with the mysterious bottle. Ooh, slow items. Definitely take this upgrade. Don't want to spend my gold here. Sure. Let's spend the gold on the reroll. Sometimes you find an upgrade and then you're happy. Strong opponent and he has rigged. I'm gonna scream because he has rigged. The rest, whatever, but he has rigged. Also, we are stronger, but I want to complain, right? Complaining is the game. And rigged is rigged, and no one likes rigged. It's a lot of enchants and a lot of stuff. Probably he never found his Aiden. I think so. At least I hope for him. Because why is the cock there if you can have an Aiden there, right? Poison drill should be probably next to your blue beetle. So let's talk a little bit about this guy here, right? So, first of all, you want to have your toxic drill next to the beetle to charge the beetle and not hasting it with a heavy metro. I don't know about this shiny battery game plan. Like, maybe that's okay. It's a shiny battery after all, but man, that is not sparking joy because I don't know. It's not charging your skill like your drill, right? Any other item like that is doing something. Let's whatever say, right? Is also charging your drill. So the beauty about the drill is, you know, like any proc of haste, any proc of poison is charging your drill anyway. So I don't know. I disagree here. Heavy metronome is literally screaming out of like every ear. Like to me, you want to have a firefly next to it because then you're charging your firefly like crazy. So that's the next thing, right? Like so probably you put the drill here, and then you have like these three items, and you put like probably these two on the right side of the drill, and then there's Metro, Firefly, and Mantis on the other side, like, in that order on the drill, like whatever. You can mirror that the way you want it. And then probably I would try to find a better item than a cock and a battery. I think it's day 9. You could have found better ones. And then, holy smokes, are these skills, and he's strong. Why do you sell items? So here's the thing. Normally, there was an incentive to hold onto items and then sell them for more gold at the shops. We learned, though, that items that you already have a higher chance of showing up again. Which means now I start to go back to the very old force of habit of selling every item that I will not ever consider playing on the board as early as possible. Um, or I sell stuff to have space for like schematics. Fury Rebirth is S tier on the skill hate list. Rigged is A tier for sure though. Oh, I take every day a Fury Rebirth these days. Like every day. Like not gonna say that Fiery Rebirth, not Fury. Fiery Rebirth isn't a good skill. It's a very good skill. Same as Draconic Rage. But they are not as strong as Rigged. I guarantee you. The win rate up like upside on Rigged is higher. I'm not skipping a lovely Pearl. How do we feel about 4 seconds of CDR? I mean, honestly, we are in the position where 4 CDR is something you may consider game deciding. Also, some people were like so hardly stating that there is something fishy about CDR that I'm now putting off the bulldozer off the board again. I don't think we are beating necessarily Frostreach Champion. Also, Trash Titan has like a juggler, and since we're running a bulldozer anyway, I mean, the Radiant, like Fury Rebirth skill, though, has like a deep wound because once a time we had like a very clear Ignition Core meta, and in that matter, Fury Rebirth was the bane, the bane of existence. It was like, yeah, way stronger. Let's go with a Chuck here. Still think this is the best board. This is Gary Langshian. Also rigged, huh? Yeah. I love rigged. I love rigged so much. By the way, the start point for us is at the moment the Firefly, right? It's not the Aiden, it's a Firefly. So let's be smart about that one. One crit is one crit. Finish Pench today. In 4 hours is server downtime, and then 3 more hours until the servers go up, at least by their estimation. I think I mean, it's an upgrade. It's a big question, though, who to upgrade. So option A is the freeze one, right? Option B though is the bulldozer. I think both have like a good argument for themselves. I think the argument for the blue beetle is it is harder to find, where the bulldozer is rather easily findable on the pole. Though the downside is it is more money, but do I care about the money? It's like 24 gold to buy another bill. It's 8 gold or something for the blue beetle. So this is also giving us a lot of faster starting time. I do prefer starting time, honestly. It's more about starting time, right? Anything to win is your second strongest skill. I mean, anything to win is only like really good on Dooley, right? So I would say anything to win on the Mac is not making me any scared, right? It's making me super ease. I'm like, yeah, sure, that's a skill. Congratulations, sir. So I think that is a rather Dooley centric approach, at least. Um, and even then, I I mean, I don't think it's like that game winning. Like it's giving you a huge boost. Don't get me wrong there, but oh yeah, we wanna do that for sure. So who's getting that one? It's never on the drill. I would wager there are two options, right? Option A is probably this one. Yeah, it's always the Aiden. It's never anyone else. The reason is now the Aiden is my fastest proc. And then we go for the high roll road. Start of combat, freeze your opponent for 4 seconds. Hell yeah, count me intrigued. Because now we're charging twice our Firefly, and it's also the fastest one to go off at least start of combat. Blue, you all want to have the blue. I mean, it's one more charge out of 6, right? It's like instead of 6, I have 7 charges on the Green Wasp. And while that is like probably noteworthy, I don't think it's beating my heavy first Aiden, because the heavy first Aiden is gonna go off fast at first. Now it's charging my Firefly twice, so there is no desync waiting time between this charge and this going off, and then everything is going off. So not sure it's a blue beetle. Not saying it's wrong, but I'm pretty confident the Aiden makes me happier. Let's say it that way. The Aiden makes me happier, for sure, because start of combat situation. Ooh, blue beetle, hell yeah. Never running that one. It wasn't already no. But here's the thing, right? 2.7 and 3.9 is at least 0.2 seconds between, right? At least. And now, since this is a bulldozer and there's diminishing returns, at gold, it was more disparity between those two. I don't know. I do think this makes me happier. I'm convinced about this one, but sure, whatever. Probably a win more situation in most cases anyway. So we can have a guaranteed fight, or we can go for the Robotics Factory. But I do not think this is a Robotics Factory game. The funny as it sounds, because we, yeah, it's not a Robotics Factory game anyway. Let's go for the fight. So we're not leveling, right? We're 1 XP off leveling again. But sometimes that's a hyper focus. Is yellow with slow not better? Hmm. I don't know what you mean by that comment amid name. Like I just don't understand fully the question, honestly. Could you rephrase that? Also, I can close my inventory. Small bug here. Right. So potentially the last situation. What's the level up reward for 16? I don't know in the top of my head. So it's upgrade an item or a gold skill. And we get a lot of health. So I would say it's oh, we would have leveled anyway, right? Oopsie. Yeah, oops, that was a mistake. I could have taken the relax. I should have taken the relax. I think we are upping the black spider here for more charge. And also more charge, and then more charge. How do we know we find items we gave more often? We have, right? They confirmed it. Some dev in the Discord spilled the information. So we know that we find items that we have more often because they officially said that in some staff person said it in the Discord. Would you rather have a robotics factory instead of a bulldozer? It freezes the enemy board almost permanently. But this kills my opponent faster, and it's also starting faster, and I prefer starting faster over locking them out. And I have enough scaling and charging and stuff happening where perma-freezing nearly anyway. So start of combat time is here way more important to me than the robotics factory. Oh, why I run the Aiden over the yellow? So the reason is the Aiden is gonna go faster. Like for me, this whole idea here is being faster than my opponent, and this wins me a lot more fights. Like I don't need to be greedy. I'm strong. I will be strong no matter what I do. What loses me fights if I'm too slow. If I'm a sitting duck, I'm just dead. Like if you have like a opponent that is here having my build, but he's running a robotics factory and a yellow mantis. Just assume, okay? And obviously for once he has no rigged. And for like hair rust. Before he goes off, he's dead. He's dead. The game is over. Like he will not have a single proc on his board because he's dead before he goes off. And then all the robotics factory, all the yellow mantis don't do anything for him. I mean, surely that's only, halfway fair argument because you could always do mixed hybrid situations here. But I want to point out why all the robotics factory yellow mantis questions are going in the same direction. You want to go the greedy line, and then you just lose because you're not fast enough. And I will kill you before you even go off. Holsters is 10 times better than a blue beetle. Fair enough. Holsters is rigged as on roids and guaranteed and on everything and findable and repeatable and that kind of stuff. So yeah. Alrighty, I will start already a new game, so my intentions are clear. But I will take here a 2-minute break again, and grab a bite. So I will be right back. Thank you guys for staying around. Hope you're having a great day, and thanks for all the follows. And see you in just a bit. Alrighty, I'm back. Thank you so much for staying around, guys. And nice, I got myself some pastry from the bakery downstairs. So let's go shopping. We have a friend. I don't buy satcoms. Don't like that anymore. For sure, the Viper. Guys, do you click loot when you level up? At gold, yes. Like gold loot options, I take mostly. Before that, rarely. So basically, the rule of thumb is at gold, I take the loot. Before that, not. Because like golden feathers don't do so much for you. But yeah. Man, this is a hard decision. 1 XP now and we're done with it. But we would skip a day 1 Andy, and honestly, I'm not willing to skip a day 1 Andy. He has all the bugs. I mean, 1 bug. It's like overly expensive, Andy. Now we're not rolling. This is my day 1 board. 4 gold is good. And let's go. So Tabeo says, Setcom day 1 I think is fine if I don't have anything better. Here's the issue. More often than not, you I think there are three flaws. First flaw, you may want to use the money to buy drills or other items. Like if I had like 1 more drill to buy here, I would have already have to sell the Satcom probably. And then it's -2 gold and for nothing, right? So even on day 1, you can spend all your gold if there are rocket launcher and drills here. We ended on 4 gold without the crypto selling, and you know, whatever. So one thing, you can run out of money on the shops. So that is an issue. I'd rather have like rocket launcher and drills every single day. So that's a thing, right? Secondly, the money is not coming back anytime soon. You still invest money. So the only reason to do this is if you have guaranteed money. Like if it's the end of the day, I had like horrible notes. I took instead of buying stuff for extra gold. Sure, go for it. And then the last thing is this idea about, well, this is generating me bugs, right? And I think that is a flawed thought process because most of the time you're not getting a bug. I think I want to take my strength here. So how do I feel about this situation? I think for day 2, I prefer Tinker, right? Over B1, B2. Yeah, there are like way too many friends I really need still. And I have the money to justify it. Do I want to buy a Chris Army knife? So just I have something on the board. That's 1 gold. Let's do this 1 gold. Just in case I need it. And then we go shopping for our drill. And I think the rocket launcher is already out of the picture here. 12 gold is a big number. How do we feel about this? Looks good, right? Looks amazing. Let's go. So here my intuition tells me JJ is not good enough. And I want to up the drill. I don't know, it's like super intuition based what to up and why. But here I think I rely way too much on the damage on the drill. So last time I think I upped the Aiden, but here the drill looks a little bit more appealing. That's a blue beetle, that's amazing. This kind of helps you quite a bit on the smooth sailing part. Don't need to consider the board. There's either right, a million times better than a scout trooper for Rick specifically as well. Since I have all my friends, let's go with a risk. And last day of Dooley. I mean, I really don't hope so, but I fear so. So, while the reasonable position is probably not to nerf Dooley, and they are aware, kinda. I don't know if the critics win or not. So we will have to see if you know, like the beetle here is gonna go to silver as well as getting nerfed by only 1 target at silver, for example, right? Um, there is a easy world where Dooley will feel a little bit harder. Well, that is a gold skill enjoyer for you guys. Let's get it over with. This opens up new lines. But still not beating a flame juggler even remotely. So, this is interesting again, right? Guaranteed fight or Hawk who has like most of the time good items. Like all the good items we are want are on Talk. But I don't feel like I should not take a guaranteed fight though. That is a fight that is let's say hard to win. I cannot change anything here on the board though. Um and what time do they usually release patch notes? If at all, probably after the patch is live. So probably 7-8 hours from now. But I don't know. It's a lot of burn. Yeah. two drill procs away though. Screw me. And now Talk would have been amazing in comparison, right? We are in trouble. I think I want to up the Aiden here. But 120 health is also a big number. Now let's take the big health number here. That's nearly gold chocolate. We are, though, in absolutely deep trouble. 2 drills is not doing a lot. It's falling off, no scaling, no good skill. Like that is not a good skill. Who's also not a rigged. I mean, I would wager this opponent is stronger than us, right? Like the bill is making him so much stronger here. Scaling. Maybe not. Maybe not. It's just a silver bill. Lucky me. Also about the patch notes, I mean, they are like a little bit reluctant at the moment on the communication. Um, so we don't know. I disagree a little bit on their take there, but I cannot change it anyway, so might as well go along for the ride. Also, money is no issue at all anymore, so I can buy whatever I want. But let's hope we're finding a little bit better stuff. Gonna buy that for the future. We're never beating Lich here, so it's a good old dire mosquito. So if we are getting our neural toxin or paralyzing rush, we are in a good position. Then we at least, you know, do stuff on the drills. Never lucky. So are we inclined to up the bulldozer here? I would say no. Doesn't look like that, right? Okay. Let's think a little bit about the future, how we are getting our 10 wins here. I mean, we have all the money in the world. If it's about the bulldozers, we're gonna go to Poles anyway for the factory. And then the bulldozer is just like a little bit more gold, and I just said I have infinite amount of gold. So I think what it is, it's an upgrade on the Blue Beetle. It's potential for the future. It's more charging on the drills. It's, I think, the consistent line here. And then we go calf and try to, you know, get the high roll. Okay, that's a high roll on very many levels. So, do I wanna have the Toxic Fang or run a Yellow Mantis here next to the Nitro? Honestly, it's this, right? For now. Yeah, it's this for now. Now we're all of the sudden though pretty strong. We're losing one charge on the beetle, but we're getting like a bunch of haste procs and charges on the drill. I think that's a fair deal. The dagger didn't do a lot for us. Oh, that's a toughie to lose. It was 30 health on my opponent there. Yeah, so one drill there, and life would have been so much better. Well, it's hard to lose these. It's hard. Because now, you know, we have to go even further down the road. And further down the road, it's not getting easier, especially with Aldrich and Rust. I can tell you that one. So how about a bonk, sir? How about a bonk? Maybe it's time to get rid of the second drill. Because the drill's not doing a lot here, right? It's a little bit of damage. And if I take out this, I have 2 more slots. Maybe that's a plan. Are we in the situation about the burn skills again? I do think the burn skills are just too good to pass. No. Oh, finally, though. Aerodrome or Midsworth? I feel like Midsworth is fine, you know. I can get like good items here. Sure, we're taking this any day. Yeah, I think the board like this looks fine at the moment. Don't want to change anything. So technically we need 1.5 levels before the next day ends to enchant our drill, which is sort of needed. So maybe we try to somehow get towards that goal. We're still like quite a bit behind though, quite a bit behind. And I think the only fight that I intentionally took a middle one was the Thug. That's all I was willing to do, but I do think it was correct. We don't have enough scaling here. Yeah. Also, and that is a strong opponent, isn't it? All I care, that is a strong opponent. Okay. This is gonna be probably the first loss on the stream. I mean, I don't know, probably, but this is gonna be rather hard to salvage. Like, there is nothing remotely going for us here. Like, yeah. Probably, if we're gonna get here, it's not the drills. It's a bulldozer robotics factory angle, permafreeze, and hope we're getting away with that. I think that is what this tells me here. So this is 4, which means we're 2 off, and 2 off is at least manageable, whereas 3 off is harder to get on the level up. So no level up for us this day. I don't think DJ Robot is helping us out here. How do we feel about it? Charcoal. I mean, it's scaling, but it's not really sparking joy, is it? Maybe this is stronger. I mean, this drill is not scaling. It's not doing anything for us. This way we at least, you know, freeze quite a bit more. It's not perma-freeze, but it's quite a bit more. Yeah, this is stronger. This is stronger. Is this good enough? Probably not, but it's stronger. There. Okay, okay. Back to the how we are envisioning winning this game, blah blah blah, right? Remember the talk about how we envision winning this game? Perma freezing our opponent, and also just for before the enchant, we get our robotics factory because obviously it's the best enchanting target. Healers, though, it's not putting out a lot of heal. The robotics factory heal and shield is, since it's not scaling, it's not putting out a lot. So we go definitely for this. Oh, I think that is pretty premium, isn't it? So I don't think we're ever running two drills. So let's get rid of one drill. It's like a little bit late to the party though. So I would prefer an Aiden on the board. That's what I would prefer here. Okay, to go a little bit stronger. And then it's like this. And 3.2 is a huge difference of a number versus 4.8, right? Or 4.5. That's 1.3 seconds faster. Yeah. Alrighty. Run is solved. Not solved. Saved. It's for sure in the category of now we may get over the line again. See who is proccing more often for hotspot. Fair enough. That's probably still this, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. We should. This is proccing so much more. Fair enough. Fair enough. I will mirror. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let's up a little bit our money before we go shopping again. We were on a big spending spree. On the other hand, who cares about these items, right? Let's take half a level for the future and level faster. Pretty sure it's all about freeze skills in this position. It's not about scaling. It's just like making sure we're freezing as fast as possible our opponent. So the more free skills we have, the more we reduce the severity since there is no smart targeting anymore. Cold Room is a big counter to us, not gonna lie, and especially with the Ice Luge, we are probably in trouble here, if I had to guess. Yeah, we're not in trouble. Robotics Factory, slightly overtuned. But Nerf Mech, obviously. Was it ever a consideration to take the SATCOM here, though? Because what would be better than one shielded Blue Beetle? A second Blue Beetle, right? freeze matter seems fun for everyone. Yeah, I agree. If Rick would not insist, I think there's still like a lot of small things you can still do to get an edge over your opponents. Yeah, I regret not considering the satcom here. Would have given me a huge bonus having it. Just the odds of finding a second blue beetle here would be amazing, because it's straight up the easiest way to improve from this position. So, oof, he got one hit in early, but that's about it. Okay. So half drill and $5. Would you pick Robotics Factory or Sapphire Cool and Fiber Optics? I would go with so it depends a little bit, but I think Sapphire Cool and Fiber Optics is a lot better. The thing is, you need to prioritize again start of combat stuff like icicles and like thrusters that help you start faster, and all the skills that help you there. Let's go for Bakun. Sure. This time I will not skip it. And then I want to roll. Like Bulldozer is still like a important upgrade. That's also a good upgrade. Ooh, let's go. I want to have the Bulldozer up. I think the quite easiest improvement here is a 10 CDR from the Bulldozer. Hello, Celix. Welcome, welcome. How are you feeling? I feel good. Feel good. I can still feel that I'm not fully recovered, but feeling good. Feeling good. A lot better the last 2-3 days though. So I survived the worst already. And yeah, I do enjoy playing Dooley still. Don't mind at all. Having a blast here, and we'll see what the future has for us this evening. How about you, Celix? Want to go for diamond skills here. And that's a lot of free scaling on the damage output, and while it's not really fully important, let's say it's also not unimportant. Since we have our large items, let's go for skills. 8 crit is reasonable, but I think I can get better, right? Than 8 crit. For example, this is a vehicle. This is 40 crit. And then we're just power leveling. Faster, the more, the better. Nerfs today? Yeah, probably. It's to be expected. It's to be expected. Hopefully patch will be interesting. Yeah, hopefully. So we are mirroring and we're starting faster. Nice. So here is the whole purpose why this lovely bulldozer was so important. Oh, I didn't see the comment pilot there. Yeah. I should have taken the CDR. I was blind for that skill because it's so rare that I have a vehicle. Beer, you're correct. You're correct. You're absolutely correct. That was a huge blunder. Not gonna lie. You are so correct. I screwed up heavily there. And anyway, what I wanted to say is, in the first place, ignore that I screwed up here. The bulldozer is so important because we won this just because this was 2.8 seconds, right? And this is 3.6 and this is 4 seconds. If we didn't have the bulldozer here, he would have smashed our heads so fast. We would have been frozen, we would have been smashed, and the game would be over. Like, this means our head is smashed so fast in, like, we are dead. If he goes off, we are dead. We're not beating that without the way we were set up. And yeah, the 43 win streak was exclusively to Dooley, yes. Snowflake. Aww. Never lucky. You're also optimistic about the Dooley changes. I do not share the optimism. I think it will take time to rework most of the Dooley items, and I don't know if that is like done already in that short of a period. Like, probably it's coming at some point. We all hope for it, but yeah, we will see. We will see. So when you burn, charge a shield item. That's a shield item. And the more we charge this, the faster are we having our opponents permafrozen. I can see the reason there. Convinced me. Are you chasing rank 1 or playing Dooley as it's fun? So I don't think I can chase rank 1. I think he is too far ahead. With take it with a grain of no. Bees, the bees, the bees. Boom. Oh. Oh, we lost to Desperate Clans there. Oh, are we dead? No, we have a revive, right? Okay, we have a revive. That's not good enough. Let's take this one and put it on the bulldozer, right? Like, heal and shield on the bulldozer is probably getting us the most. Yeah, I think the most impact is on the bulldozer here. That's Radiant. Was it Radiant and Radiant? Oh, well, I do like Radiant. Anyway, what was I saying about the rank 1 guy? Like, I don't know what's going on there. Let's phrase it that way. Feels a little bit, interesting. Let's say interesting. I don't want to go around and claim stuff, but something fishy. And the gaming for me, it's mainly I want to farm, like, I enjoy playing Dooley. First of all, I wouldn't play as much if I wouldn't enjoy it, like straight up, right? And then second of all, I also farm a lot of chests and gems at the moment, so I just have like a million gems in the future to buy all the skins. I think that is the thing I as a on a meta level are chasing a little bit more. We don't have any slows, so let's go with this one. Another enchant, let's go. Probably, I don't want to enchant the Radiant Bulldozer again. Let's put it on the Wasp, maybe. Shiny? Shiny. Also, for a second, I was considering running the fiber optics, but I came to the conclusion it's not making me happy enough. At least not um at gold. Probably at diamond, it's worthwhile to consider. Oh, wrong positioning, by the way, on the oopsie. I screwed myself here on the factory. Woo, woo. Wrong. Um, yeah. Factory is wrong positioned. That was an oversight, big oversight. So I mean, I don't know. I want to buy at some point, or like depending on how I get it. I want to get the old beta Dooley skin that I never got. So that is something I want. I'm still like buying everything in the bazaar shop that I get offered, and I don't mind that at all. But 50 5k gems here, 5k gems there. I mean, that's an expensive spending behavior, and I don't have real life money for it. I can tell you that. So for that reason, there is there's also that. Like I do like cosmetics, so yeah. Anyway, let's continue the run here. We're close on. Oh, that helps also quite a bit, right? Gold tier friend. I mean, let's go. It can be another beetle. Shiny factory. No, it's turbo. It's not shiny. But anyway, it's another factory. Um, it's not helping though because, well, this is giving me more multicast and that's funny, and stuff. It's screwing up my starting times. Right? Ah, we're not leveling, right? Ah, we are 3 off, so we're not leveling. So we can go with a diamond item here, because there can be another blue beetle. Let's go with a dig site. I will spend all my gold because it's the last node of the day. And if I find something useful, we're gonna buy it, right? And then we can even like make it opponent depending, but I do not think it's ever the second factory. Not gonna lie. So this is 3 poison on a robotics factory. I mean, that doesn't win games, right? That's whatever to me. I could play this on the board and put out these two. And then we get another 20% on our beetles here. 20% from this point is 0.4 second-ish around, right? No, wait. Math hard. 10%, it's 0.8, right? 0.8. So we're putting these on around 3 seconds. Wait, that makes life interesting. I want to have that. So this would make life also kind of interesting. Now we would have 3 seconds beetles. Like, starting time is kind of the same-ish, and then they're charging faster. How would this look? 4.3? 4.3 is too slow. 1.3 is too slow. So against the Vanessa. I mean, if there is a Radiant bullshit happening, we're out of there anyway. Probably we're perma-freezing no matter what, and this helps us to get the start of combat freeze out of the picture. So we're gonna play like this. Like the usual. Yeah, it's the usual here. And double factory is too slow. Like that's full bait. Turbo Katana, that's all good. Right? Let's go? Oh, hell yeah. Turbo Katana is no Radiant Katana. Let me catch up. Just found Diamond Dualtron. Is it good? Probably not. Too slow. Wait, we salvaged another run. Alrighty, let's open a few chests. Oh, let's also make sure we're not taking the chest reward here. Who's rank 1? Renat99 is his name. And ooh, new board. I want to test that one. That makes me happy. That makes me happy. It makes me also happier than the Dooley skin this time. Like the last time I wanted to have the Dooley skin. But I don't like the Dooley skin particularly. I'm happy, like, the things I can get, like, are the music albums. Like, the thing that is the easiest to get for me are music albums. The second easiest to get for me are actually boards. I can at least, you know, at some point reasonably get the boards. What I do not get are the skins. Like, I have literally opened, let's open this up. I have opened up 5.5k chests. I think I'm in the top 10 overall. Like, I would wager I have played probably more than nearly everyone else. Surely there are 10 players that have maybe grinded more, but don't think there are many more that grinded more than me. Even with my breaks. And I do not have more than one character skin. I got the Pygmalion skin rather at the end of the last closed beta season, and that's all I got. That's all I got. All I got. One Pygmalion skin. So, you know, I rely on buying my skins here. I'm just whaling my money and being like the rich Pygmalion, and I'm just like clicking all the skins here. This is how I get character skins. Anyway, I want to check the board. I don't even know how it looks. I tried to find screenshots of it, and I never saw them. So that is the Pygmalion board, isn't it? Yes, that's a new one. I wanna at least once try it. Yeah. And some other people have like multiple Dooleys and played like a fraction of me. Yeah, the Cook Dooley is one of the nicest skins. I want that, but I never got it offered. So let's okay, let's go with a ooh, nice, a Draggy. So I think like Ignition Core is just still more consistent than the alternative. I wanna check out the board here for a second, guys. I have not seen that board yet. So I already entered, ignore that. Okay, more animations happening here. So I can play with the... Okay. Okay. So instead of playing on the... what's called the... tree there on the right, I now have this little fella here. To be fair, that is a funny fella. I like this board. It's a good board. Right now, this is a good board. I like it. I like this fella there. He makes me happy. I'm not gonna say anything else, but this fella makes me happy. This is actually a hard decision because all three are considered S tier. I do not think the banana ball is as crazy good as people may make it sound. I think Pyro is the consistent line, but the Viper has obviously the better skill. Like, I do like this skill the most because start of combat is still the best, but Pyro is just I cannot miss. And yeah, there's this button for the spacebar. Spacebar is the one you want to. Okay, we're gonna play a little bit with this board. It's a good board. I like it. It's a good board. Not gonna lie. I think shopping is still better than the alternatives. So now here we talked about this setcom, okay? And now we have to make calculations. So we're paying 2 for the reroll, we are 12. We're gonna buy, let's say, a drill and small item. I think we're getting away here, right? Since we sold our 2 gold loot here, now the setcom becomes appealing. It's only, so we're basically at 10 gold, we're at 8 gold. We could buy, we can go to another shop, we can roll and buy another small item. We also have our items already. Oh, it's on the brick, and I don't want to. I want to buy a setcom. I really every time I bought the setcom, like most of the times I regretted my decisions. I don't want to regret my decisions. So, want to go shopping for a drill upgrade and a rocket launcher? Nah, we have the drill already, and middle has more often than not a drill anyway. I think this is still the board, right? Against Vanessa. Yeah, this is the board. I will check out the left corner again, but I clicked the one bird there. Phantasmal bird. That's also a word that I have never like remember no recollection of reading. Ooh. Shopping for a weapon, even though I already have a drill. Drill upgrades are the drill upgrades. I shouldn't underestimate the strength there on the leveling. That's a big number. Rocket launchers. I mean, rocket launchers in the long run are usable, and also, yeah, we're on ignition core. Extra burn or extra damage? Let's go with extra damage. We could get rid of the core right now. And you know what? That's what I do. We have a rocket launcher, we have a drill. I hate that the subscription model makes not equal to compare chest earned numbers. I mean, that's like a little bit of a interesting argument because you can like get all the stats you want anyway, right? You can look at the games played, at the hours played, at the win rate because you can see the how many wins you got anyway. So basically the chests are like sort of hidden information, like inside the how many 10 win runs, how many perfect runs, how many 7 wins runs you have, because it translates anyway. So the data, you're not missing out on the data. What is so for that reason, I do not think that is like a it's whatever of an argument, you know? Like you can get all the informations you need one to one from the stats below. It's just like not as convenient. So I wouldn't make that as a like no. I didn't mean that be rude, but it doesn't make a good argument in my opinion. What I do not like is they kind of changed the rating system, and now I have all the conceits in my win rate. So my win rate is like completely scuffed from all the conceits I had, and I don't like that that is impacting my stats so much. So that makes me unhappy. So from that reason, I would love to get like seasonal stats, and then I can like at least show how my win rates are each season on each hero. So my stats are not that scuffed anymore. I think I'm rich enough to justify a roll here. Do I want to buy a train spider? Sure. And then though, I don't want to buy anything else. I should be careful on the money. I want to roll for extra haste. Extra haste. That's a big one of those. That's a by far biggest one to get. Finally, haven't had that in a while. And knowing here. Let's go. There is no leaderboard to see at the moment. So 5 region, 4 small items. So 5 region is the winning line to get our odds significantly increased on winning day 2. Small items, though, since it's mostly bronze, increases our odds significantly on finding bugs. I think bugs are more important to get here, so we're gonna go there. I want to use this one here, and I want to use this one here. Then I have all the money in the world to buy the crypto and leave the shop. So at the moment, you can only see your own legend points in the subscription page there on the top. And you can see your own rank. And then you can like go and compare with your peers. Oof. We won! We won! I mean, 5 region would have made this a little bit more convincingly, but we somehow won this one. Oh, nice. Bronze tool. Sure, could be a drill. Is a drill. Perfect. Backboard diff. Yeah, I do like this board quite a bit. I'm definitely putting this as in my top 2 boards, right? I do like the Pygmalion board the most so far, and now this is gonna be on page 2. Also, just randomly, right? I do not like this glitter. It's too much around here, and it's also like making the board less visible, right? Like this is super hidden now. You're not having the details here. Anyway, do I want to go to Kina here or skills? Has to be Kina, right? Still need to try to improve our stuff. Hell yeah, Nitro for the future. Also, our drill is not proccing as often, right? So potentially this is better. 5 gold, big number. Let's take a freebie. Don't want to transform, nor do I want to buy medium items here. And still, this guy is unbeatable, kinda. Saddens me though, because either right, you know, and rigged options are not there. See, like now with all the glitter not here, I do think the board looks a lot better. Like I think the glitter is taking too much resources, and not only from your computer, it's also taking too much resources on the board. It's not appealing to me, at least. Whether I'm there in the right or wrong, what do I know? Let's go with a good chocolate here. I want to look at Sylvia, right? I will guarantee you not reroll her, but I wanna look. Yeah, no reroll, but a look. Um. So how do we feel about upping the blue beetle here? Ah man, there will be alternatives, and that is too burn. It's too good to pass. I noticed my GPU goes crazy now playing Bazaar. Yeah, it's not only the GPU. For me, it's more the CPU. But I have a 4080, like a RTX 4080, so my GPU should not get on any limits. So bottleneck for me is the CPU, which is still like one of crazy CPU. Um, it's yeah, how they fix the memory leak on the GPU basically ever since that patch. It's very noticeable. It's a lot better these days, but it's still noticeable. I want to go for chocolate again. Maybe 5 gold. Nah, let's go with a friend here. I hate that friend. We're definitely upgrading our blue beetle. We're not beating that guy. I have a 4080 Super and a 7800 X3D, and my percent will go crazy when I open the bazaar. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I have the basically the same powerhouse of a GPU, and my CPU is even the better version of yours. Like I have the 7900 X3D, but I need to use it in gaming mode, which means I have to kill the second CCD and the uh, logical cores. Anyway, it's a complicated thing to play this game like halfway fluent on a computer. It's really it's something. It's definitely small items here. Welcome to the party, Aiden. Why you? Hello, you. Do you stream from the same PC? Yes, I do. But the streaming is not taking any notable resources in comparison. Um, like I play a lot of off stream, and the numbers are not really changing for stream or not streaming. Didn't they have memory management issues on the early patches? Yeah, and the way they fixed it since then, you have other issues occurring, at least on my side. That's a lot of burn. Can we please go off? No. Basically, a server tick away, huh? Ah, man. We could have bought chocolate at some point. Yeah, that L is on me. Ooh, a guaranteed fight. Sure. Never punished. What is your rate on all the enchants on drill? I think poison is one of the best. Like, I don't have a fixed list, but I think poison is pretty good. Ooh, that's a good skill. Um, it's so the thing is, right? If I have shatter, like or like any sort of significant scaling, I prefer heal and shield quite a bit. Um, so I think like if I have them, it's still poison and then heal and shield. Whereas if I don't have them, like no scaling, I think burn obviously helps you a lot of on the scaling part, right? So that is a difference. Icy is probably pretty good, but you never expect Icy. Um, so after heal and shield and then burn and somewhat Icy, probably in there somehow. Um, Probably shiny. Shiny is a lot better if you have like obviously fiber optics. And then I don't care about obsidian. And what are others? I think like slow and turbo are horrible. Like slow and haste are really horrible. Like maybe better than obsidian, but probably obsidian has to be the worst. But then slow and haste are very, very below there. Oh, and radiant is also most of the time not helpful. So all of those four are in the lower half. Hundred 120 health or Curio. Let's go with the health here. I don't want to lose again. Obsidian can be really strong. Just gotta play for it. Oh no. Gotta disagree there. Obsidian is a win more than like yeah, I don't know. Like probably, if you raise your opponent, sure, but I don't know. Most cases I would wager you would have won anyway at that point. I want to go for more chocolate. Oh, I should have considered more chocolate because I have this one. But yeah. One last hooray, isn't it, huh? One last hooray. One last hooray we're playing here. One last hooray. I mean, we're never running a metro in this position in the long run since we have factory, so is there a reason to buy it? I mean, maybe there is a reason to buy it for now, right? You could argue it has to be better than this Yellow Mantis for now. But nah, it's not really better. Let's ignore that. Well, this is a nice last array, isn't it? Last array on the good old robotics factory Dooley built. Also, let's talk one last time about this thing here of robotics factory specifically. It was always clear that robotics factory as well as shipwreck um, were always too strong, right? There was a reason why they basically took out robotics factory and shipwreck for a long time in the closed beta. And made it to diamond. Like they put it out, I think, if I remember correctly, and then they reintroduced it, but only um to diamond, which solved the issue, and then they put it now kind of back on gold. Yeah. So what to do here? I don't think we want to upgrade anything. Nothing of those upgrades make me particularly happy. I think I want to go with a nice skill, something that does something. Small friend, exactly what I'm looking for. Guaranteed fight, sure, sure. Let's try to stay on the curve, get ahead of the curve, whatever. Still like looking for a few friends, so I'm not too sad about the setcom here. Blue Beetle wasn't worth it. Wait, wasn't worth it. It's a silver upgrade to gold. It's I couldn't upgrade the Blue Beetle further, and I bought the Blue Beetle. The reference is still to the buying on the Beetle, sure as hell. I bought the Beetle, but since that is gold and the upgrade here on day 6, whatever, to level 7 is only silver to gold, I couldn't upgrade the Blue Beetle. I could only upgrade these items to gold, and I don't think any of these upgrades are making me so happy that I really want to, keep on, hold on to them, upgrade them, put effort into them. You again. When I don't need you, you're showing up left and right, don't you? Yeah, I'm still disagreeing. Free skills. Free skills. Shatter. Fuck. For bonk. So close on the bonk and the win. This is like cheating, right? Like the robotics factory here. It's just cheating. I don't even know what to take here. Like, do you really care about the weapons? Maybe. Let's start buying bulldozers. Sure. Sure, sure. Let's go with the B1, B2 here. On the other hand, that is sometimes a slow bug, and there are also maybe bugs, so what's the correct way? Like, we don't care about these, right? We wanna have like the green one, and we wanna have the black spider. Like we wanna run like the whole trinity of woes, right? That's the only thing that we really care about here. Nothing else in comparison. So we are behind the leveling curve. Don't think we skipped many risks, but I think we did not get many fights on the risks. Okay. Kina or Furry Monster on day 1. If you have a board, probably I would go for the XP. I think Kina is not too good of a shop, so it's not an Andy basically. Or on day 2 a Tinker, so I would go with a guaranteed XP. But if you still think you could improve heavily on a Kina, because I don't know, your board is really bad and a green buck and an Aiden would win you the game, like the first round, I would go for Kina. We found the missing piece. Okay, okay. Alrighty, G to the G. You have a crit core. Yeah, but it's not about the core. It's more about what items do you have to the core. And also, obviously, you need to have a friend to press the furry in the first place, right? Like, we're only talking about the play with a furry and get an XP option, right? Take the health here. Radiant is not it. Artist is the answer, and that's always a factory enchant. Burn, let's go. Definitely skills. Burn is more burn. But also I'm sad that I sold my haste bug there. In hindsight, you know, was probably overambitious. Because now this would make me a lot happier than the Firefly. Also, we should probably mirror the board. So this one, no, it's yeah, though this one on the factory. Metro again, huh? Whenever I need a metro, it's not showing up, but today, and I can throw them away. Free skill? Sure, sure. 4 seconds. Yeah, let's go with the diamond one then. More freeze is better. It depends, right? If I wouldn't have had a robotics factory here, like I would consider the metro still like a buy. I still think it's a good item, by the way. I feel like metro is still like a super good item. I think it's a fine item. We should just have more items of the caliber of metronome, right? Because then, you know, we would have more builds probably on Dooley. As do I value this lovely thing here? Not that much, right? Maybe we just take a little bit of burn scaling and call it a day. Yeah. I would say I know people are be like, yeah, but there is a reason why I say nerf Numek, because you know, technically we are strong, right? But Femur and Rust and then, you know, Thick Heights, I mean, sure, it's a high roll, but that guy is not beatable. Not beatable. And if you're not perma-freezing him, he's still not beatable, right? Is it considered a win at 4 wins or at 7? Oh, for me it's 10 win. I only consider 10 wins a win. But for the rating system, 7 wins. So 7 wins will give you more bonus points. But for me, it's 10 wins only. Like everything that is not 10 wins is a big L. And then we only differentiate between, you know, the perfect win or not. But since we're playing on this patch, I would say most of the time it's never a perfect win. So there is a world where upping the spider has like a significantly impact, because then we're charging one more time this one, but I prefer skills more here. For example, that one. Like everything that says freeze is a good thing in my eyes. I mean, that is a holsters. There is no world I'm skipping a holsters. Sure, fiery setcom, sure, nitrogen hammer, but that is a rigged. That is a rigged. For all I care, this is rigged. And you know how much I like rigged. Patch in 2 hours? Yeah, like 2-3 hours. Let me check what the Discord says. 3 hours. Out of drill. I mean, the drill is still serving a point. Somehow you still need to kill your opponents, hopefully. And if I don't use the drill, it takes a little bit too long. Small items, I think small items is kind of premium, and I don't have like a million gold, so aerodrome also is a money grave often. So go like this. I don't like it too much. I think this is fine. So the drill is killing my opponent still fine, right? Like I don't need an obsidian drill, but having a drill that kills your opponent is rather reasonable. Like without the my drill here, we would have lost. Mac players say nerf Dooley, and Dooley players say nerf Mac. So first of all, the nerf Mac is more a joke than anything else. Okay, so just be clear, it is more meant as a joke, like nerf Mac, as in nerf Pygmalion. But you know that's the first thing. But I do think the strongest hero, by the way, is still Mac and not Dooley, and I mean this in a rather wholeheartedly way. That's always a diamond skills here. Let's go for the high roll. I mean, we're freezing a lot, and then we are having like a million crit, so we're doubling our damage output. Yeah, let's go for Cav still. Ooh, that is cheating. I like cheating. Sure as hell I take cheating. Starting a little bit late though to the party. You run a dualtron over a drill? No. How late to the party are we starting now? We're not too late to the party. Nice. To be fair, without holsters or second freeze here, pretty sure this mega opponent would beat us. Like, I mean, maybe I should have. So here's the thing. I think I should have not. Like, I should have considered at least not running drill. And instead of Aiden and the drill, I should have still run this and then a bulldozer here. It was a golden bulldozer I have in the back now. And then these are like, you know, reduced by 20%, which is like a little bit more than a second. So they're 4.5-ish seconds or whatever. And then we would have probably, or 4.6, we would have been in a better spot here. Because then the charging gonna go crazy here. Anyway, GG. But no, I would never run a Dualtron anymore. I think Dualtron is too clunky and too slow. I will call it a day. I at least consider those streaming later. We will see on my mood. No promises, but I think chances are 80% of the time I will turn on the stream later in the evening when the servers go live again. I will make a raid ready for Mr. 610. I already checked. He's still streaming. So yeah, thank you all for tuning in today. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I will be back and streaming daily, hopefully, or mostly daily. Again, sorry for the small, break there. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Enjoy the day, last day, hopefully on this patch, and